Okay, good evening everyone, and welcome to this evening's council meeting on Monday, March the 18th. Individuals who were interested in participating in this evening's meeting were eligible to register online using the delegation registration form at www.kitchener.ca/delegation or via email at delegation@kitchener.ca. Any written comments received prior to the commencement of this evening's meeting have been circulated to members of council and will form part of the public record. This evening's meeting live stream and any archived videos are available at www.kitchener.ca/watchnow. I'd now like to ask those who are able to stand for the singing of our national anthem. I think it's probably only fitting that I acknowledge KW Klee, who we've been using for almost 4 years now. As I think people will recall that yesterday marked the 4-year anniversary of the commencement of the state of emergency for the COVID pandemic, and for the Canada Day special that we did that year in July 1st, 2020 with CTV Kitchener. KW Glee worked with us to put that version of O Canada together for that show, and we've continued to use their version of the national anthem since then. So I think it's only appropriate that I make mention of that today. As we begin this evening's meeting, I'd also like to acknowledge that this evening we're gathering on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples. We recognize our responsibility to serve as stewards for the land and honor the original caretakers who came before us. Our community is enriched by the enduring knowledge and deep-rooted traditions on the diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Kitchener today. There are also two events that we want to acknowledge this evening. And the first one is Ramadan, and so last Monday, our community and others embarked upon the blessed month of Ramadan, and on behalf of all of us at the City of Kitchener, we extend our heartfelt wishes to the Islamic community in Kitchener and everywhere. Ramadan is observed by Muslims around the world, where they fast without food or water from sunrise to sunset for 30 days. The month is filled with prayer, charity giving, strengthening community bonds, and self-accountability. All residents are encouraged to take this opportunity to learn more about Ramadan and to extend kindness and understanding to our Muslim neighbors. By coming together in solidarity and respect, we strengthen the fabric of our community and celebrate the diversity that makes Kitchener and our country such a special place for everyone. May this Ramadan be a time of peace, blessings, and spiritual growth for all who observe it. Ramadan Mubarak to everyone celebrating and their families. I'd also like to acknowledge that March 21st marks the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. On March 21st, the City of Kitchener joined cities around the world in marking the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, standing united in our commitment to eradicate all forms of racism from our community and everywhere. The City of Kitchener is a vibrant and diverse cultural mosaic, and approximately one-third of Kitchener's residents are Indigenous, Black, and racialized. Every individual, regardless of their race, ethnicity, religious, or cultural background, deserves to live a life free from discrimination and prejudice. We acknowledge that people in our community continue to face discrimination, and we work together to eliminate it. As a community, we have an abundance of opportunities to learn, share, and connect with each other, and reaffirm our collective responsibility to challenge and confront racism wherever it exists. 75 years after the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, March 21st serves as a call to action for individuals, organizations, and all orders of government to work to eliminate all forms of racial discrimination, injustice, systemic racism, and hate. Racial discrimination violates the fundamental principles of equality and human rights and undermines the fabric of our communities. It perpetuates division, inequality, and injustice, hindering the progress and prosperity of nations around the world. It is critical that we build an inclusive and equitable city that welcomes, values, and creates welcoming space for all races and cultures. In recent years, the city has been more engaged in this work through collaborations with community partners and a focus on education and resources for council and staff. In 2022, our city launched the Racialized and Indigenous Supports for Equity, or RISE Fund, to support Black, Indigenous, and other racialized community-led programs, projects, and events. This past year, Council increased the RISE Fund to $150,000 per year to continue to respond to the needs of equity-deserving groups in the city. The city has also invested in increased support for equity-deserving entrepreneurs and underrepresented groups through our SDG Idea Factory. Through resources such as Innovation Space, business coaching, and workshops, these entrepreneurs are advancing all 17 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and especially Goal 10, Reduced Inequalities, and Goal 17, Partnership for the Goals, through the City of Kitchener Space. Together, through our collective actions, we must foster understanding, promote diversity, and work to eliminate racial discrimination in all forms. Let us strive to create a world where every individual is treated with dignity, respect, and equity, regardless of their race or ethnicity. Today and every day, please join our Kitchener community as we stand against racial discrimination. Join us on March 21st and share your own messages on social media using the hashtag #FightRacism. We'll now move on to the council agenda, and for those who are just joining in, this evening's agenda will be also a continuation of the special council meeting from earlier today. And I also want to thank those who have patiently been waiting because our meeting is starting late because the earlier meeting ran late as well. On motion by Councillor Dave Schneider, the minutes of the regular meeting held February 12th, 2024, and the special meetings held February 12th and February 26th, as mailed to the mayor and councillors, are accepted. All those in favour? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the agenda 7.1, I believe, which is for 72 Victoria Street South for the heritage designation, as myself and my family own property adjacent. So I would declare and accuse myself of that. And then 9.2, of almost the same effect, recommendation or motion coming from Councillor Chapman regarding advocacy to the province and extension of the deadline for properties that are under the registrar, as I and family have properties that are currently under the register, or that are registered. So I would accuse myself from that vote as well. And then, Mr. Chair, as previously noted in earlier Planning and Strategic Committee, a rising discussion from the Growing Together, as well as inclusionary zoning, as myself and my family do own property within the within and around the MTSA. So I would recuse myself from, as noted in the agenda, which would be Bear with me one quick second, I lost my space. 11.2F, which is official plan growing together, PMTSA lands. 11.2G, being bylaw to adopt official plan growing together, non-PMTSA. And then further 11.2I, known as zoning bylaw for the City of Kitchener growing together, PMTSA lands. 11.2J, which is also similar to I growing together, non-PMTSA lands. And then because of the inclusionary zoning also, which has been part of the discussion in the earlier day, arising from past Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee. Then item 11.2K for the inclusionary zoning, 11.2L, which is the bylaw known zoning bylaw for City of Kitchener inclusionary zoning. And then of the same effect, 11.2M, which is also known bylaw for the City of Kitchener for inclusionary zoning. So the two items are primarily from growing together and inclusionary zoning and the heritage items.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh, and I think I've caught most of those, but Madam Clerk, I'm sure you'll remind me as we go through the agenda if need be. Councillor Michaud, you're next.
Yes, thank you. Mine's a little lighter than that. I had declared one this afternoon. Do I do that again here?
You have to declare it again. Yep.
Okay, yes, thank you. So both are properties, 84 Frederick and 79 and 87 Weaver Street East. There's a conflict with the work that I do at the YW with these properties, and under the bylaw L 11.2F and 11.2I.
Okay, and the additional one from this morning, you might want to just clarify.
The additional one came through an email that I just read after in between this previous council and this one, so
okay.
That's why it didn't, it just
okay.
came in.
Thank you. So with that, those are all the noted conflicts. I'll now note the communication to file, and we have the 5 flag requests that have been approved between February 17th through to September 23rd. There are no presentations, and we'll now move to delegations. I do want to remind delegations that they have 5 minutes to make their presentation. If there are any questions of council, we will deal with those at that time. At the end of delegations, because we're continuing on from the meeting earlier this afternoon, after hearing from all of the delegations, we'll go back to the issues that we haven't completed yet from this afternoon, and then work our way through the balance of that agenda, and then the items on today's agenda, including the ones that are being delegated on. The last point is we do have one delegation that is not on the agenda, and that's Mr. Joseph Wenachuk. I do need a motion to allow the delegation because the item is not on the agenda. The process is the delegation has 5 minutes to make their presentation, but because it's not on, there's no questions today. So, Councillor Michaud, you're moving it, seconded by Councillor Singh. All those in favour? Opposed? That's carried. Mr. Wenachuk, if you want to take the podium, please. Welcome, Mr. Wenachuk. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Mayor. I recall meeting you when I was working to set up Lot 42. We had a meeting in your office a while back. I'm an Oklahoma's person. And I just wanted to talk a bit about my shelter experiences. I recently tried to move out of shelters into Ward 10 house in Ms. Stress's district there, and I hope Snoopy's okay. And it turned out to be a room for $1,200 a night, and disability only allows me $565 a month for shelter. I recall that address 125 Water Street is receiving a $9 million grant sometime back to bring it up to code and make it a place for marginalized people. And I didn't see any of that. I saw disrepair, illegal cable hookups, just a horrible inability to go in the kitchen, unworking bathrooms, and I was just curious what happened to that $9 million. So I faced freezing to death on this very evening. And it's due mostly because there is no accountability at the staff, at the local shelters. There's no meetings. There's no incident reports. There's no standard business practices, procedures, processes, disciplinary procedures. These are all non-existent items. These are supposed to be nonprofit, and you're supposed to have these things. You're supposed to be able to go to meetings and bring up items and see what's going on with them and understand their decision-making process, but it's not been my experience. It's been my experience that they won't even reveal their names to me, most of the staff, or their identification numbers or badge or ID numbers, and it leads to the unjust application of like vague rules and widely differing responses to incidences, unequal treatment, discrimination, and arbitrary discipline. And this causes disillusionment, pushes us out of the shelter system and onto the streets, where at least, we know what's going to happen. And so, on the brink of freezing, I'm banned from now the entire shelter system in the Kitchener-Waterloo area. One was due to, they say, an arson. It was an altar that I had to set up in my room. I set up an altar in my room, which they are strongly against. They wouldn't not allow me to use candles, even though I called a preacher and asked him to discuss with them using candles. He suggested to them that they make a variance for me. It's due to the fact that in the last two House of Friendships, they let the same individual bring in 50 cans of butane and start making cannabis oil in his room, and there was a fire with the same individual at both locations, and that was the cause of now no candles. So I've tried to get a hold of various management and people to appeal and address my concerns with. They always say address that to the legal department, who they can't name. And they say that they're going to make some committee to talk about my return. That never occurs. There's no timeline for it, and there's no process for me to push for that application. They brought some pictures of the fire or arson in my room. And I've been charged with no trespass now at the House of Friendship. In order to get my belongings, it caused me 6 months to get my belongings out of the room. They kicked me out with no ceremony or whatsoever, with just the shoes and the clothes on my back, and no of my property. A piece of $7,000 jade from Lhasa Tibet went missing from my altar in my room. My laptop, anything of value went missing in my room that was supposed to be sealed under investigation. They hosed down my altar with the fire extinguisher dust, and they claimed it was toxic, so that I couldn't go into the room to retrieve my belongings. So I have a photograph of that here, but I guess I can't display it. It shows the little dust hole where a little hexagonal dust hole where my 7-inch piece of jade was. There's 2 silver goblets on the altar as well that are missing. And like I said, no one was supposed to be allowed access to that room after the fire, pending some innocuous investigation that never occurred. And so none of the people involved will show me any ID or give me their names. They all tell me that the whole lock, stock, and barrel is owned by Stephanie Mancini and Joe Mancini, and that there is no board of directors at these nonprofits, and that all decisions made by Tess are final and binding and unappealable. So I appealed to them this week for a tent, a cold weather bag. So they gave me a tent that was unset-upable, it was broken, it had been used, it didn't have all the pieces, and it was a summer sleeping bag. And for the last 4 days, I've almost froze to death. And I might very well do the same this evening. So I just wanted to put these things forth to say that I don't understand why there was a complete lack of process or published documentation about incidents or procedures or policies in these establishments, is to give me the ability to navigate through my exclusion from their use. There's many other people like me, and most of them didn't come to council. Most of them just leave their items and they don't call the police 4 months later and bitch and complain and take weeks to get their property back. They just move on, and all their things are thrown in the garbage. And so there's probably 100 people like me out there on the streets, and I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for coming in and sharing that. You shared in the beginning, we first met through the late Mr. Ron Doyle when we were exploring the issue of a better tent city and so on. So I recall that meeting. The shelter system is actually overseen not by this city council, but by the regional government. And so what we can do is take the issues that you've raised today away and follow up with them. Is there a way for us to get in contact with you?
My email address is, you can reach me here.
Okay, so I'm going to ask either the clerk, maybe the clerk can get that from you, and then we will follow up with both the region and the House of Friendship, not the House of Friendship, but the working center that runs the shelter that you referenced, and get back to you in the next day or so, if that's okay?
That sounds great.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing your circumstances with us, and we'll do what we can to try to help you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Winnichuk. So our clerk will catch you to get that email address. Okay, we'll move on then. Our next issue is 6.1A, and we have two delegations. Terry Sturdivant, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and Kaylee Perez.
All right, thank you.
Welcome to both of you, and since there's two delegations, you have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So recently, the parking at the Bram Street lot was changed to eliminate evening and weekend free parking. The residents of the Garment Street condos contacted staff, and some contacted Councillor Chapman, and so this is the response. Most of the images you'll see are from Google Street View. Some of the images are from the city website, and then the staff responses are from that communication and a communication with CTV staff. So the first thing that the staff said was that the change was made to parking times during the pandemic, and so that was happening at Bram Street. Here you see a picture from July 2017, 3 years before the pandemic. It was 8 to 5 Monday to Saturday. Here you see in May of 2021, it was still 8 to 5 Monday to Saturday. So no change was made to the days or hours during the pandemic. So suggesting that Bram Street restrictions changed during the pandemic is factually incorrect. Then the next thing that staff said in that article was that this surface lot is not in the downtown. That is actually incorrect, as you'll see in a couple of minutes. So stating that Bram Street is not in the downtown is factually incorrect. So then they said now that the pandemic is over, they've placed it into the same category as the other surface lots outside the downtown core. So here is a map from the parking website. You'll see Bram Street is highlighted in the lower left. You see the downtown is highlighted in the image and in the text, and the area around Grand River Hospital is highlighted in an inset and in the text. Here are the lots that are paid 8 to 5 Monday to Friday. I don't know why that's not showing up. Here are the lots that are paid 8 to 6 Monday to Friday. Here are the lots that are paid 8 to midnight Monday to Sunday. There's only Bram Street and the two near the Grand River Hospital. So the only surface lots in the same category as Bram Street are not actually downtown at all. They're near the hospital, which is a distinct region by the parking department's own definition. So categorizing Bram Street with lots that are not even in the downtown rather than with the other downtown lots is inconsistent and unfair. Staff said they're not aware of any other condominiums in the downtown receiving free parking from the City of Kitchener. So right here you see the Charles Street lot. In the background is the Charlie West condos on the other side of Charles Street. Here you see the Halls Lane lot. Kaufman Lofts is on the left, One Victoria is straight ahead, and the Tech Tower condos being built across the street. So suggesting that residential parking only happens at Bram Street despite residential units near other downtown lots is disingenuous, inconsistent, and unfair. From CTV, they said the city parking garages and Bram Street are not free after 5, but the remaining surface lots are. Well, again, grouping Bram Street with parking garages, which it is not, rather than with the other downtown surface lots, is inconsistent and unfair. So then they said the other lots have the free parking to support economic growth in the downtown. Well, so here are some of the businesses near the Bram Street lot. We have a pharmacy. There are a few restaurants. This is one of them. And then there are a few other small businesses nearby. So again, ignoring the economic development and economic growth due to downtown businesses served by the Bram Street lot is inconsistent and unfair. Using vague non-planning terms to suggest the area around Bram Street is somehow distinct is arbitrary, inconsistent, and unfair. Terms that have been used are remote, satellite, outside the downtown core. In the area around Bram and Victoria Streets, there are numerous free 2-hour parking options. Well, again, we have the Charlie West, the Charles Street lot on the left. On the right is a sign for 2-hour free parking. The Halls Lane lot is on the left. On the right is a sign for 2-hour free parking. So, suggesting the presence of nearby 2-hour free parking eliminates the rationale for free evening and weekend parking at Bram Street is inconsistent and unfair. And none of those adjacent streets have street parking. Street parking requires crossing either Victoria or Park Street. So we're not asking for anything special for Bram Street. We just want consistent, fair restrictions. So paid 8 to 5 Monday to Friday would be consistent with the other close-by downtown lots. Paid 8 to 5 Monday to Saturday would be consistent with the history of Bram Street, and either of those would be better than the current system, which has no weekend or free evening or weekend free parking, which is both inconsistent and unfair.
Thanks, Terry, and hello, thanks for hearing us. I'm also a resident of Garment Street, and I just want to add and echo 3 key points to the impact of this shift on residents and businesses in our area. These 3 points being the ways that it's limiting family and friend visits, the short notice and lack of procedural fairness in the implementation of this shift, and the importance of free parking to support the economic revitalization of the businesses on our block. So first, the city is not subsidizing condo residents with free parking. Residents who live in Garment Street have already purchased parking spaces, pay monthly passes, or are used to pay the fees like everyone else from Monday to Friday from 8 to 5 p.m. The 3 towers on Garment Street do not offer any free visitor parking, so these new fees affect our friends and family who now need to pay in order to visit us. They also impact residents who feel they need to pay for guests as a courtesy. There are many students, newcomers, young professionals, and young families in our building for whom this is a barrier. Free 2-hour parking is not accessible for everyone. There's a busy road that needs to be crossed with no crosswalks, and 2 hours is often too short for visitors. And as Terry outlined, the Charles Street West lot and Halls Lane City lots are next to nearby condo developments, and they offer free parking weeknights and weekends, which condo residents and other members of the public can use. So Garment Street residents are not asking for free parking beyond what condo residents downtown already receive at all other downtown lots. Secondly, the way this change was implemented lacked effective communication and procedural fairness. Far from being transparent, this whole process has felt clandestine and more like a money grab. The yellow stickers on the parking lot sign only showed up 2 weeks before the parking changes. Then the city aggressively fined over dozens of people days after the new fees were imposed, many of which were disputed because the app was not updated and still showed free parking on Saturdays. It took about 15 days for the app to be partially changed, and this was a frustration for many residents. A question residents have that we are wondering is what data has been collected on this lot's usage and whether you anticipate this lot to generate enough revenue to justify the cost increase. To the third point on economic revitalization, the businesses in our area contribute, and there is now no free adjacent parking available to them. Expecting customers to park in the glove box underground parking garage or to pay in the city surface lot for short visits is unreasonable. Underground parking is confusing with a lack of signage and controlled access, meaning visitors and customers can't leave from whatever tower they wish. Peak Sleep, a business there, told us that their staff have had to rescue elderly patients and those with limited mobility who got lost underground. They would prefer accessible parking for their Saturday and Sunday clients as they're open from 8 to 12 on those days. Victoria Wellness Pharmacy told us that they anticipate calling bylaw more often now as they were already dealing with illegal all-night parkers in their limited parking spaces before this shift. There are more than 5 businesses who rely on this lot, including Sushi Pick, Onuri, Peak Sleep, Taste of Soul, Retail Therapy, The Lab, and more. Restaurant delivery drivers now only have the option of parking illegally on Garment Street to pick up orders with new parking restrictions. The majority of retail space under the glove box and the ground floor of the Garment Street towers haven't been leased for over a year, and now 24/7 daily parking fees except between midnight to 8 a.m. will not help fill vacant commercial space. So in conclusion, since Kitchener's future densification plans are based on more mixed-use residential and commercial developments, we downtown residents in the city's innovation district want to be able to live downtown affordably with access to some free parking for our guests and for the businesses around us in order to thrive. Along with a petition signed by over 426 members of the public as of today, our delegation urgently petitions the city to reinstate free parking on evenings and weekends at the Bram Street lot, just like at all other city lots which serve downtown residents and businesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for coming in. And thank you for bringing this to our attention. As you know, we've been in communication. I'm not sure with who exactly, but some of you. Is there free visitor parking in the garage?
Not free.
Not free, so you have to pay for it?
Yeah.
And is it always full?
It's confusing because the way the parking works is the visitor spaces you have to go through under the glove box. And so it's a different entrance than the residents go in, and it's a different system of payment and so on. And as Kaylee said, because of the controlled access, when you go down there, it's not clear how you get into any of the towers from down there as well.
Right, so
So it's
it
kind of a
sounds like a
rabbit warren down there.
signage problem, right? That would
Yeah.
be more a localized thing. Okay, so I guess those are my only questions at this point.
Okay, those are all the questions that we have. Thank you very much for coming in this evening. Questions of staff? Go ahead, Councillor Chapman.
Please, thank you. Who am I asking?
Mr. Reedman?
Okay. So has there been any data collected on this lot?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, there has not been data collected on this lot based on who was utilizing it during the pandemic. When the economic development subsidy was created, there was data that was collected in advance of that on lots in the downtown that were closer to commercial businesses at the time. And economic development pays a subsidy to offset that free parking in the evenings and on Saturdays.
And as far as, the claims of when, what parking lots are free parking, can you speak to that a bit?
Yes, through the mayor. And so that was a decision council made back in, I believe it was 2017. I don't have the specific date with me. It might have been 2018, but it was in response to some of the businesses that were struggling in the downtown through LRT construction that was happening at the time.
So it wasn't connected to COVID? To the pandemic?
Through the mayor, during COVID, there was a decision to relieve some of the parking requirements at all lots, but that was a temporary interim measure during COVID that was offset by Safe Restart funding that the province was providing.
And are there other parking lots in the core that are used heavily by residents and their visitors?
Through the mayor, I don't have that data available. That is something that we could explore if council directs staff to look at this overall, but what I would say is that all of the surface parking lots in downtown, including the Brom Street, are meant to be temporary and are slated for redevelopment in the longer term, and so some of them will redevelop more quickly than others, and so this is not a long-term solution for residents in the downtown.
But that could take years, right, before Brown Street is developed. Is that not the case? I mean, it's
Through the mayor, so it depends on how quickly these redevelop, but the principle is that parking is provided at residence and for the residents, and I understand at this development in particular, the occupancy is at about 60% in
the visitor parking?
The overall occupancy, my understanding is there's visitor parking available, but there is a fee that's charged by the condominium corporation for that parking.
And as far as the transition from free parking sometimes to paid parking all the time, was that adequately communicated to the residents?
Through the mayor, so it was identified through the fee schedule, and then the signage was updated, and then it was implemented for a specific set date. So anytime there's a change in parking, it follows a similar process.
Okay, so what are we able to offer here?
So through the mayor, if council chooses to provide free parking to residents and their visitors in the downtown, I think council would need to decide on what options to offset that revenue by, if that's something council's willing to do. And so we could report back to council within a couple months to outline options for potential funding opportunities if this is something that council directs us to explore.
Could we do collect some data on the lot and on the who uses it, and see if there's a case to modify the current pay schedule?
Through the chairs, that's what staff would report back on with options for council, should council direct staff to report back on that.
Okay, so do we need a motion?
You would need to do a motion, Councillor, and we still have more questions, but you'd need to provide that in writing to the clerk, and then council can consider it, assuming it gets seconded. Okay.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I'll go to others in the around the horseshoe. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor, as you proceed with this, initially I thought typically setting the rates of parking in our downtown is generally interest in common, but in lieu of the delegation and the direction perhaps that Councillor Chapman may be heading, because Brom Street is again close proximity to some properties that are owned by myself and my family, I'll just declare in caution a conflict for that as well.
Okay, duly noted. Councillor Johnson, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Would the businesses there and the residents have known that this was a temporary parking piece that was put in 2017?
Mr. Reedman, just want to leave your mic on.
Through the chair, so I'm not sure. They probably weren't occupied in the building at around that time. I believe they got occupancy later in the process.
And any lease that the businesses would have signed, they would have signed with like the landlord of that building, and parking would have been, should have been discussed then?
Yes, through the mayor, and so I believe this building is constructed as an unbundled parking structure, and so parking is an option. So for residents that don't have a car, they don't have to pay the premium that it costs to build the parking structure. For ones that do choose to drive, then they pay a premium for that, and so that's a transportation demand management measure that's been in place for a number of years in the City of Kitchener and other places.
So sorry if I'm hearing correctly, that is something that they should have discussed at the time of signing a lease?
Through the mayor, so the person who purchased a unit would have been provided options whether they want to purchase a parking space or not. I believe that they're not dedicated spaces in this building, so you purchase access to the parking garage as part of your condominium purchase. And so I'm not sure, if landlords have purchased that option or not, but they should be communicating that to their tenants as whether parking is available or not and what the price of that is in their rental agreement.
And the same with the businesses there should have, okay. One other question, do we have any data on how much revenue we've lost from doing that, and how much revenue we stand to gain? And if we do, I didn't see it and I apologize.
Through the mayor, and so that's the study we did originally for the subsidy in the downtown. So we looked at how many people were paying to park, and then we looked at offsetting that with free parking in the downtown at the time. So we could look at, I could talk to the team to see if we have any counts on parking utilization. I know there was some utilization by the condominium, the developer at the time when they were constructing. They had leased some of that parking lot as construction space, and so we'd have to look back and see what data was there. And then, if council chose a subsidy, which I wouldn't recommend for residential parking because the subsidy was really meant to offset LRT construction at the time and then the pandemic response, not to subsidize personal vehicles, parking at personal residences. We could report back on what that cost impact would be.
Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. I might have questions when I see if the motion is before us as well. But Mr. Reedman, do you know offhand, can you remind me what the financials of the parking enterprise, how it's doing in general? I mean, it's a question for Mr. Lautenbach knows offhand. If not, it's okay.
Through the mayor, it is in a deficit right now, and so it was operating in a surplus prior to the pandemic, and it has not yet recovered from the post-pandemic deficit. Mr. Lautenbach can look up the numbers to see what the current state of the deficit is.
Okay. So it looks like the delegation has made some comparisons to other lots in the city. Do you know why this lot is specifically different, or is there plans to make the other lots paid in the near future as well? Do you have any insight on that?
Through the mayor, yes, this lot was treated separately because at the time it wasn't near any businesses that were being impacted by the LRT. And so the businesses that are there today weren't there at the time that the subsidy was created. The subsidy isn't meant to be an ongoing component for the other lots in the downtown, and so council will need to decide when that subsidy is removed. And so, that would be a future budget discussion with council.
Right, I was actually going to ask if it might be appropriate that this be referred to budget, but I'll wait to see the motion. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, just bouncing off something that Councillor Davey just asked. So if we're acknowledging that it is different than the other lots, but things have changed in the Bram Yard lots because we now have these commercial businesses, then wouldn't it make sense to bring them in line with the other lots? Because there is a change, right?
Through the mayor, and so council would need to decide whether it was worth bringing this into the subsidy program. The current deficit of the current projected deficit of the parking enterprise is $1.5 million.
Okay, Councillor Davey?
No, is there a motion? Well, actually, I'm not sure if a motion's coming or not, but sorry, a question again. So we don't know what the revenue is. We have to find that out in the future. But where is that? So where else would that subsidy, like the funds that come from that, what would we lose? Where does that money go to right now currently?
Through the mayor, sorry, can you repeat the question? I didn't catch it all.
Yeah, certainly. So I guess the dividend from the parking enterprise, what does that go to fund?
I think the question that you're asking, Councillor Davey, is the parking is still considered an enterprise,
right?
And as a result, it only carries a deficit. At some point, if we were, Mr. Lottenbach, correct me if I'm wrong, if we were, it either carries a deficit until it's in the positive, or at some point we may need to decide whether or not, in fact, should be an enterprise still. And if it isn't, then we're going to have to deal with that deficit, and there would be. And then it would become a budget item in the future. Is that correct, Mr. Lottenbach? So sorry, I just realized you need to be clicked in. Or Mr. Chapman, one of you. Mr. Lottenbach, go ahead.
So through the chair, it's correct that the parking enterprise is paying a dividend to the tax base as an enterprise. We did adjust the dividend this year based on the current financial projections for the parking enterprise to buy more time to assess the current financials and what does that look like in the next few years. So that's the current projection being about a $1.5 million deficit that we were looking at annually. And so we've adjusted the dividend down as a result of that and are looking to see what the financials look like, you know, since we've been coming out of the pandemic, seeing what parking revenues look like in the next couple of years to make that decision. But it essentially would impact, obviously, the tax base if we don't address sort of an ongoing financial issue within the enterprise itself.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Chapman, did you have a motion that you're bringing forward? Click yourself in, please.
Okay, I just sent another one. What I'm asking for are two things, actually, that we, and maybe this has to be a stage thing and maybe we have to vote on them separately, but that staff come back with a report on, with the data that they've collected on the use of the lot and you know, the financing behind it, etc. And my second motion is actually to bring, in the meantime, bring this lot into alignment with the other lots in the downtown. I mean, clearly there's a commercial component to this lot now that wasn't there when the changes were made to this particular lot.
Okay, so you are moving that?
Yeah, I passed it on to the clerk.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor O'Dooney? Okay. So we can deal with them. Any comments on those? I'm just actually going to ask and apologize if just one person from the delegation can maybe come down because I just have one follow-up question that I maybe should have asked earlier. Have you raised this issue with your condo board to see if they would address the issue? Because ultimately there is visitor parking in your building that's not being used, and if this is a concern of all of the condo residents, then it's something that the board could also address potentially within your building.
Well, it's more, I mean, it's not the, free parking it's about hassle-free parking. I mean, basically, if you charged people a nickel every time they took a book out of the library, you know, 20 books would only cost you $1, and if you did that every week for a year, it'd only be $50. So that wouldn't be a big amount of money, but nobody would use the library in that case. I mean, basically, as Kaylee said, when people come to businesses and stuff for, you know, to drop in, to stop in and pick up a, you know, pick up a prescription from the pharmacy or whatever, nobody wants to pay for that kind of thing. As far as the condo goes, well, first of all, since this only came up about a month ago, it wasn't really on the radar. And again, since the other downtown condos, like, you know, Charlie West and One Victoria, if you look at around them, there's no place to park other than the city lots near them. So those other condos, you can be sure their evening and weekend parking is happening in those city lots, because that's the only place there is.
Okay, but the long and the short of it, though, is you haven't been able to raise this with the condo
No.
board. Would it be your intent to do so?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, Parkco, again, Parkco is the company that handles the parking, so I don't know that, you know, I suppose, you know, it doesn't make sense to raise condo fees to pay for parking, because the visitors the owners who've already paid for a parking space are probably not going to want to pay for additional parking space as well. And there's still the hassle of when visitors come to use it, the hassle of using the controlled access parking for anybody who comes to the condo is still an issue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schneider? That's all we have.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider?
With this motion, can we vote on the two items separately?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Davey?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I would also ask that we, I don't know the quantum of what we're talking about here. I think it's appropriate to refer this to the budget process. So I would make that motion.
Sorry, that... Okay, turn your mic on, please. Just go ahead.
Yeah, I would just ask that we refer this to the budget process so that we can look at our parking holistically and deal with it and find out what exactly the amount of money is that we're talking about and how else it fits into our general budgetary priorities.
So I think if I'm hearing, what you're asking for is that we would deal with number one, because that data needs to be gathered regardless, even if it's for the budget process, and that you're asking that number two be referred to the budget process. Okay, Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question is, should we not look at all the parking lots across the city then? If we're just doing one, to me it doesn't seem like it's time spent well by staff on just focusing on this when we should be focusing on every single lot. Now I'm not sure if this is the time to do it or if it's during budget time, like Councillor Davies said. I guess so that's one question. But the second question is, Councillor Chapman, I'm not sure what information you're looking for on the usage of this parking lot. So if it's underutilized, then we should continue with having free parking. If it's overutilized, then we don't allow the free parking, or we don't try to bring it in alignment with the other lots across the city. I'm just trying to figure out what the goal is as far as your first question on this motion.
Councillor Chapman, if you want to reply to that?
Yeah, I mean, it actually came from one of the residents, so I was just sort of saying, okay, yeah, let's get some more data. I guess that would be up to us at the time, once we collect that data, to know what to do with it. Okay.
Okay, Councillor Deneau?
Oh, sorry. No, did you cut off or no?
No.
So I guess if I can amend that then, that staff be directed to collect data on the usage of all parking lots across the city. All city-owned lots, surface lots.
So maybe I'll ask Mr. Reedman to comment on that, because I mean there's a certain amount of work that the parking enterprise regularly does.
Through the mayor, and so staff, we're planning on looking at the parking enterprise model this year and reporting back to council, and so looking at the subsidy could be part of that reporting back through budget of 2025.
So that's part of the work that staff already has in their work plan?
So they were planning on looking at the enterprise model altogether this year, and so this is something we could include in that because the subsidy does offset some of the parking in the downtown lots, and it's a good time to review it based on new residents living downtown that can support businesses versus, you know, subsidizing drivers to park in the evening hours, which was the original creation of this model.
Okay, so what you're saying is that part one is already being done by staff as part of that overall piece of work?
Through the mayor, and so yeah, I'm not 100% clear on what we're collecting data for. Like, if it is people that are just parking there, like we wouldn't know what the usage of those people that are parking there for. Are they supporting businesses or residents? So I'm not sure exactly what we're collecting on that one, but we would look at the subsidy overall in the downtown and look at, you know, whether there's still merit in continuing that or if it's something that could be expired.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stretch, I'm going to go next to you. And folks, I am realizing that I actually contravened what I said in the beginning, which was we were only going to listen to delegations before we get into the items. So my apologies on that, because I forgot that we've got a whole body of work from earlier that we need to still deal with. I will finish this item, but we will follow that process for the other two sets of delegations. Councillor Stretch, and then Councillor Chapman, and then I'm going to call it to a vote.
I'm unclear, Mr. Reedman, why is this lot, why has it been defined differently? I got confused with why it, you know, it's closer to the hospital, but it is in the downtown, or it isn't. So why is it now not falling in alignment?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor, and so there are a couple different boundaries of the downtown. So one of them is the BIA boundary, and so that was the original intent of the parking subsidy for after hours and Saturdays. It was a partnership with the BIA that we were looking at the subsidy process for. This lot is actually outside of the BIA boundary, but it's within the downtown boundary. So at the time, there was no commercial businesses nearby on this location. We haven't heard any complaints from the commercial businesses that are located in the building regarding the accessibility of free parking. And so the council would need to make a decision on whether they're considering expanding this program outside of the BIA boundary, which is a different distinction than whether it's in downtown or not.
Okay, Councillor Johnson, but we really do need to move on.
Thank you. So in the delegation's presentation, they had showed some pictures where it appeared that there was a different timing or signage on some of the different signs. I'm wondering if we can at least look at getting that cleared up so that our signage is clear. You don't even necessarily have to answer that, and I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is turning into something much bigger than it has to be, quite frankly. We've got concerns with residents. There seems to be a problem in how these parking lots in the downtown core are being defined, and you know, how it's paid or not paid. And it just makes sense to me at this point to bring them in alignment. If we don't need a study, or I mean, we can vote on this, right? But it does seem to me that clearly there is a discrepancy in what's happening at Bram Street and what's happening in the rest of downtown. And it just seems, you know, we can talk about the whole parking area, and that's huge, right? And we can talk about budgets, and we talk about these other things. But in the meantime, we've got this parking lot that is not in sync with the other parking lots in the downtown core. So it just seems to me that, you know, that we bring them in alignment, and then, I don't know, do a study.
So, Councillor Chapman, I mean, we can deal with your motion now, or if you choose, we can also, you know, you may want to take some time to have further dialogue with staff to get some clarity around what you want your motion to be, and some dialogue with council, and you know, bring it back to a subsequent meeting. So that's up to you.
Sure.
Okay, so
we can
are you
do
saying
that.
you're going
Well,
to
we've-
withdraw your motion for now?
Well, can we call for a referral or a deferral, whatever it is, to the next council meeting? And,
I guess.
well, rather than just letting it fall off the books, right?
Well, no, it wouldn't fall off the books. I think you would do some follow-up is what I'm suggesting, and then would bring it back. I'm not sure that, because you moved the motion, I'm not sure that you're the one that can move a deferral.
Oh. I mean, I just want residents to know that this is being worked on, right? And so they would know if and when to come back to council to hear the follow-up.
Okay, so
So you're saying I can't do a deferral?
Councillor Stretch?
Can we move to a deferral?
Okay, you're moving a deferral to next council meeting? Is that what you're moving? Yes. Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor O'Dooney? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So it's been deferred and it'll come back to our next council meeting in March. Thank you for coming in this evening. Okay, let's move on then. Our next item with a delegation is 6.2, 70 Francis Street North. And we have a written submission from Mr. Shane Stickle and also a delegation from Mr. Stickle. Welcome, Mr. Stickle.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. My wife and I decided to purchase an investment property in 2021, at which point we refinanced our house and scraped together funding to purchase the property in question, 70 Francis Street North, which is a mixed fourplex consisting of 3 residential units and 1 commercial unit. Needless to say, it has been a long and difficult process. Upon taking ownership, the property was flagged by the city to have an illegal basement apartment and also not meet a ton of fire code issues that we inherited from the previous owner's negligence. We have spent a better part of the last 2 years working with the city to rectify all these issues, including hundreds of hours and tens of thousands of dollars, which have taken its toll on me and my family. We also continue to battle constant harassment of our tenants, vandalism from the soup kitchen and the Weeper Street encampment that has caused us to increase security measures, including an expensive fence around the rear of the property and the addition of many outdoor security lights. The building itself certainly hosts interesting architecture, but the house itself is far from the beautiful single-family home it once was. The windows and doors and openings have all been either replaced with mixed-matched airs of windows, covered with cheap storm covers, or boarded up altogether to meet fire code. The brick is old, stained, patched up from years of abuse, and have many failing mortar joints all over. The fascia, soffits, and decorative frieze all are rotting and need to be replaced with aluminum, not expensive decorative wood that staff would require us to do to the building to maintain its original character. The front porch and decorative columns have all been patched over the years to minimize rot and are also nearing the end of their life. All these items I cannot afford to fix to the standards of the Heritage Society, regardless of the insignificant $3,000 a year grant that I could possibly apply for. I need to be able to repair things on this property as cost effectively as possible and do as much as I can with my own 2 hands. I cannot afford to be constrained by the guidelines of the Heritage Committee, nor do I have the time to ask for permission every time I need to do something to alter the outside. This is a multi-tenant, lower-income building, and issues need to be dealt with as they arrive as cost-effectively as possible in a timely manner. Designating this property would force us to allow the house to go into further disrepair if we cannot repair it economically. I think it's also worth noting that Francis Street is unfortunately a tough pocket in the city. It is a host for litter, vandalism, harassment, and theft constantly. I find it a bit ironic that staff are trying to protect a property from its own owner, but this kind of thing can continue to go on at my expense and my responsibility. It is also a street of mixed-use properties that are all from different eras and have all been severely modified to house commercial and multi-tenant spaces. This is not a street that hosts multiple big, beautiful family homes. Our biggest concern with designation moving forward is simply the cost of operating expenses increasing and the cost of resale being affected. As you know, we're living in a world of rising costs and a shortage of qualified tradespeople. As mentioned, repairing anything on the building to replicate the original building integrity will require special tradespeople at premium pricing. We have also spoken with our insurance company, who has insisted that our premiums will increase with designation. It only makes sense, as any potential claim against the property will now be upheld to a new standard of work. The biggest issue we have with designation is the potential for it to affect resale. Rising interest rates have put 80% of small landlords in Ontario underwater, and this will likely be the case for my wife and I when our new financing terms come up. If rates do not correct themselves somewhat, we will be at a large monthly deficit, which could cause us to have to sell the property. If the property is designated heritage, the resale value will go down, regardless of what staff and the study say. I've talked to a number of real estate agents in the area and a few investors, and they all agreed that a heritage designation on a small investment property is a huge black eye. Simply put, if there were 2 fourplexes for sale, would you buy the one with all the red tape or the one without? Staff seems to be insisting that designation could have a positive effect on resale. Maybe this would be the case if it was a beautifully maintained original single-family home in Victoria Park. But this is not the case at all. This is an old, hacked-up income property. Last, staff have noted the story behind the original owner of the house, Albert Ruby, the founder of Krug Furniture. They believe his success in the furniture business is of cultural relevance. I would agree the story is of value, but would also argue that the significance of his impact on Kitchener is protected, and the story is mainly told in the factory he built and ran that still stands today, not where he slept at night. In closing, I'm simply asking Council to consider the impact that this could have on a small investor like my wife and I, and not make it any more difficult than it already is to make ends meet on a property like this. We took over this property with good intentions. We have no plans of severely altering or tearing down the property. We only want a sustainable rental that we could potentially leave our children one day. I hope you will take all my points into consideration and not designate this property heritage. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Stickle. We do have some questions for you, so we'll take those questions, and then we'll come back to the issue later in our agenda. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Stickle, for coming in. Can you let us know again, when did you purchase the property?
In August of 2021.
August 2021. And in that time, when you purchased the property, it had no designation or any registration at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chapman, questions? No. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, my question was similar. Were you not informed by your real estate agent that it was on the heritage, it was heritage listed, or?
No, I guess that got slipped by. I was pretty shocked when I was served with the mail that you guys were looking to designate it. So.
Yeah, listed is different than designated. I guess when you bought it, it was probably listed, right?
Yeah, I guess I wasn't aware of it, no.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions we have. Thank you, Mr. Stickle.
Thank you.
And we'll come back to this later this evening. We'll now move on to delegations pertaining to 6.3, zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 22/019/8/CD 490 Huron Road. And our first delegation is Andrea Sinclair from MHBC Planning.
Good evening. Thank you for the time this evening. I appeared in support of this application at the February 26th Planning Committee meeting, but understand that there was going to be potentially some new delegations tonight, so I just wanted to provide Council with the opportunity, if there are any additional questions after hearing delegations tonight or coming out of any written delegations that may have been received. As a bit of a summary, what we're looking to do on 490 Huron is we're staying within the FSR that's already permitted within the official plan. We are not decreasing the minimum parking requirements, so a lot of applications these days were coming in looking for less parking. We're staying within the bylaw requirements, including those requirements for visitor parking. As a reminder, Council, the official plan does already contemplate a height up to 15 stories on this site. That policy framework for mixed-use designations within a community node was put in place almost 10 years ago, so we are coming to a point where those policies are getting outdated given the housing crisis that we're in. While we are proposing an increase of height to 24 stories, that's for the buildings internal to the site, and what we've done is actually brought the height down on the buildings that are closest to the low-rise neighborhoods on the east side of Strasbourg Road and on the west side of the creek. So we've kind of go from 12 stories, and then central to the site is where we hit the 24 stories. From the original application that was submitted, the tallest buildings have also been pushed closer to Huron Road and further away from the shared property line with the church. The amount of commercial has been reduced, including drive-throughs. So an initial traffic study was done in support of the applications, and with the revised concept plan that was updated, and it was demonstrated that the commercial, including those drive-throughs, actually was going to generate more traffic than when the study was updated with the revised plan that's before you this evening. Just make sure I covered everything off. If there's any questions specific, I know there's been concerns raised about traffic, safety, shadows, and building time frame. I know it's been a long evening and there's other people waiting to speak, but I am happy to answer any additional questions on those matters if council has any.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Sinclair, any questions? There is a question of you. Councillor O'Dooney.
Question will be more for staff later on, so.
Okay, so that will be later on. Okay, thank you, Ms. Sinclair. Our next delegation is Bonnie Bender Vargas. Welcome, Ms. Bender Vargas.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking to the amendment application for 490 Huron Road, which is requesting to increase the height of the towers up to 24 stories at the corner of Strasbourg and Huron Roads. In September 2022, there was a postcard sent to some people proposing an increase in high-rise development, including residential and commercial, from 10 stories up to 17 stories at the corner of Strasbourg and Huron Roads. I did not receive it, nor did most others in the area. Comments were to be sent to Craig Dumart, Senior Planner. To our knowledge, nothing was ever heard from this. In December 2023, there was another postcard sent to some people proposing an increase up to 24 stories and 4 towers at the same location, announcing a virtual Zoom meeting. A handful of people responded because most in the area did not know about the meeting. The timing was just before Christmas, and many people are uncomfortable with virtual meetings. Someone from that meeting informed me that that person did not hear anything after the meeting. Whether or not something was sent out from that meeting is unknown. At the beginning of this month, I happened to see an article from the Record dated February the 29th, indicating that the Planning Committee approved 4 towers up to 24 stories in height at the corner of Strasbourg and Huron. The potential number of people, possibly 15 plus, 850 parking spaces, which won't be enough because many families own 2 vehicles, the environmental impact, and safety are of great concern. Huron Heights students cross the intersection, already busy with cars, trucks, transport trucks from the industrial area, and buses. All of this is happening on one corner, not to mention the extension of Strasbourg to New Dundee Road, while Huron Road is getting built up and busier every day, both of which will impact that one intersection. All of this concerned me enough to organize the distribution of 500 flyers this past week to the surrounding area in both wards 4 and 5, alerting local residents to the possible build of the 4 towers. When delivering the flyers, we found out that most people did not know about the towers and were extremely upset, feeling very helpless. As well, the flyers ignited a firestorm of comments concerning this high-density development on the Brigadoon and Pioneer Park community page, only within the last 72 hours, since the last flyer was delivered Saturday. People did not know about the towers until they received this flyer, or until they saw the concerns on the community page. Residents are extremely anxious. They have lots of questions, concerns, and comments about this much talked about corner of our community. Yes, some studies have been done, but we have concerns and questions about them. Within 2 weeks, the possible approval of the 4 towers by council has gone from a handful of people knowing this to an entire community finding out about this, thanks to 500 flyers and a community Facebook page. AO and council, I am imploring you to defer the approval of the height and number of these towers at the corner of Huron and Strasbourg. I should say we, because as you can see, there actually were a number of concerned people, but they had to leave, unfortunately, because it got a bit late. They were sitting in the gallery. As well, there are many concerned people who cannot be in attendance here this evening because of the short notice for them. So we are asking you to hold a public meeting in person for a question and answer session wherein voices are heard with respect to both questions and answers. Enough notice should be given so that residents can free their busy schedules to attend the meeting. Notification of this meeting should be sent towards 4 and 5 residents' mailboxes, a lot of them. Finally, I find it incredibly fascinating that in this age of mass communication, how little we actually communicate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We do have a question for you. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. Sorry, and I missed that you received postcards. Was there ever a public meeting?
With this, in December 2023, there was a Zoom meeting. There were I think about 5 to 9 people or something with that Zoom meeting as a result of that postcard. Yeah, but as I said, not many people knew about it.
Can I ask staff how many? No, okay.
We'll come back to questions of staff later on.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor O'Dooney.
Very much, Mayor Barry. How far away do you live from the location?
How far do I live?
Yes.
Well, I live on Marmel Crescent, so how far is that?
Is it like a kilometer, 2 kilometers?
Oh, no. I mean, we can walk to Strasbourg and Huron in 5 minutes or whatever, so it's not that far.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, those appear to be all the questions that Council has. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Raymond Engod. Did I pronounce that okay? You did. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Engod.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the City Council meeting. So my name is Raymond Engod. I've been a resident of Kitchener for 5 years. I'm speaking today out of concern that council members will unfairly be asked to vote on the 490 Huron development project with insufficient information. As the general manager of a local IT company, I always ask the following 2 questions before we begin a major project. Number 1, what problem are we trying to solve? And number 2, what new problems might arise as we pursue a solution? I would like council to apply these 2 questions to the 490 Huron development. So, what problem are we trying to solve? We heard from Andrea about the affordable housing crisis, and I believe that's a fair premise. We're trying to solve the affordable housing crisis, as this is aligned with the Housing for All and the Affordable Housing Plan initiatives. The topic of affordability was addressed in Appendix D of the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting held on February 26th. A principal planner at the region of Waterloo named Shilling Yip wrote the following: in order for affordable housing to fulfill its purpose of being affordable to those who require rent or purchase prices lower than the regular market provides, a mechanism should be in place to ensure units are available. During that planning meeting, there was no mention of any such mechanism. to ensure units remain affordable. This begs the question, how will this development help alleviate the affordable housing crisis without a mechanism in place to ensure that units remain affordable? How is this proposed development congruent with the goals articulated in the Housing for All and the Affordable Housing Plan initiatives? That leaves to question 2. What new problems might arise as we pursue this solution? Some due diligence was performed to proactively address this question, but not all relevant stakeholders were consulted. For example, Appendix D makes no mention of consultations with the Kitchener Fire Services. I called them earlier today, and they were not aware of this change to construct a 24-story building. What assurances do you have that public safety authorities are being consulted and that the developer can deliver the requisite safety measures associated with this taller building? These public safety questions must be investigated before the development can be approved. Another conspicuous absence from Appendix D is the Waterloo Regional District School Board. These planned buildings will be across the street from Huron Heights Secondary School, which was already 31% over capacity in 2020. How can the school absorb a few hundred more students all at once? Are there plans to establish a new secondary school? These public education questions must be investigated before this development can be approved. Also absent from Appendix D is any consultation with public health authorities. There should be discourse about access to walk-in clinics, family doctors, timely emergency room services, and timely diagnostic imaging services. For example, about 70,000 people are without a family doctor in the Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge areas. How will this increased demand for public health services be proactively addressed, and by whom? These public health questions must be investigated before this development can be approved. In conclusion, this development is currently not designed to alleviate our housing affordability crisis and will further exacerbate other crises which are currently unfolding, namely public safety, education, and health. As such, I urge council members to defer the approval of this development project until sufficient due diligence has been conducted. Community members request a public meeting in person to discuss gaps in planning and how to address them responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Angod. We do have a question for you. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Mr. Agag. Thanks for coming out. I'm just curious. You said this development is across from Huron Heights School?
Yeah, across.
I'm looking on the map. I'm not seeing. I thought Huron Heights is down much further.
No, it's the same roundabout.
It's the roundabout. It's before the roundabout.
The property of Huron Heights is on the roundabout.
Okay, my apologies.
That's all right.
Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming in tonight. So you mentioned affordability. We have an lack of affordable housing crisis.
Yes.
But we also have a lack of housing. That's a crisis as well. So would you say that this development will address at least one of those? Not both, but it'll address at least building homes for people, right?
For people whom? People making minimum wage? Whom? Speculative investors? Whom?
So I'm just asking. These buildings will add to our housing stock.
It will add to the housing stock, but it begs the question then, who is buying or who's renting these units? And I'm worried that our community members that make minimum wage are not going to be able to afford the market rate of $2,100 for one bedroom. Shilling Yip suggested or stated that it should be $1,134 for one bedroom unit. And if we do market rates, who can afford that? Who in our community making minimum wage can afford that? That's what 80% of someone's monthly income. It should be 30%.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I was just asking a question that we have two crises on hand regarding housing, and so to me, this will address at least one.
Sir, let the councillor ask the question.
I'm sorry.
And then you can respond. Go ahead, Councillor Deneau.
So, in your opinion, does this address at least one of the two crises?
I think it's dangerous to bifurcate the problems, that we have a housing stock problem and an affordable housing problem. It's one and the same problem. People that are minimum wage and can't afford a housing unit. It's not going to help them if you have units that are $2,100 for one bedroom. So I don't see how this is a solution for the people that need it most.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor O'Dooney.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Raymond, for coming in, and thanks for the concerns that you shared. Written down a bunch of them, and really do appreciate your thoughts on this. I think just one clarity that I would appreciate your thoughts on. We have approximately 5,000 people that move into Kitchener every single year.
So could you repeat that, please?
We have 5,000 people that move into Kitchener every single year.
Yes.
We're not just talking about people that are on minimum wage. You're talking about people moving from Toronto, people moving from Mississauga. You have permanent residents that are coming in that are willing to buy or willing to rent a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, or whatever opportunity is out there. Where do we put these people, sir?
Well, if they're choosing to move here, I believe, I guess, there is a market for that. And I guess you're suggesting these apartment buildings should be the market rate? Is that the suggestion or implication?
I'm not talking about pricing. I'm just simply asking where can people move to if the opportunity or there's no place for them to move to. We built a city, or we've created a city, you and I and everyone else here, a place that people are excited to move to and come to. Unfortunately, we cannot put a sign on 401 that says, we don't want you here, go back to wherever your city or town is. Where do we put them? There are 5,000 different people coming in.
That's a valid question. I guess that skirts the issue of the affordable housing crisis. I mean, are we deferring the affordable housing crisis? Is this like a separate issue? Is this a silo where we just build something that is immune from affordable housing concerns? Because this is an opportunity to address affordable housing. Why is it immune from providing affordable housing to people that need it?
I'm not the developer. The developer likes to focus on people that want to move here and live here. And part of the conversation that we had earlier on when it comes to affordable housing is how can we provide more opportunities around affordable housing? We don't build. We just create an enabling environment for people to build. Although I know I'm not supposed to be going into comments.
Councillor O'Dooney, if you can focus on your questions, please.
Yeah, that's fine.
I just want you to remember we need partnerships. We all need to think differently moving forward.
Yes.
5,000 people is about 400 people every single month that are moving into Kitchener. And we need to figure out, you and I together, we need to sit down and talk about where do we put these individuals when they come in.
And I agree with that, and I hear the point. One of my main thrusts here is that residencies and infrastructure should be built in lockstep. Like I said, I've been here for 5 years. I haven't seen a new walk-in clinic emerge in my neighborhood in 5 years. You know, if I want to go to the walk-in clinic, I'm out there an hour before it opens to try to get a ticket so that I can go to a walk-in clinic. It wasn't like that 5 years ago. Right? Diagnostic imaging, you're waiting 2-3 hours for an ultrasound, for example. Is that the way it should be? Where is the infrastructure? I think that's a question that needs to be asked and addressed in lockstep with developments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh.
I'm a little bit confused at this point, so help me out.
Sure.
First of all, I do appreciate your heart's in the right place. You know, you're advocating for individuals at times that can't adequately advocate for themselves, especially when it comes to the housing continuum for affordable housing units. But in answering to Councillor Danault's questions and Councillor O'Dooney, and this is where I'm lost and confused, what I'm hearing from you is, unless it's affordable, don't build it. Am I wrong with what you're saying?
Before I answer, I'm not familiar with the quorum of council. Are you recused from asking questions or just from voting?
This is not an item I have a conflict on. This is not an item I have a conflict on.
You have no conflict about affordable housing?
I have no conflict related to Huron development that you're speaking for.
Just want to confirm that before
and
I
I
answer.
have no conflict related to affordable housing either, but carry on.
Okay, could you repeat your question then one more time, please?
So my confusion was hearing your delegation and answer to Councillor O'Dooney and Councillor Danault's questions. That my confusion is hearing from you that unless it's affordable housing, it shouldn't be built, because that is the foremost of importance to our community at the moment. Am I right in that assertion?
According to the Housing for All and Affordable Housing Plan initiatives, that is a major strategic concern for the region, and I hold that position as well.
It is, but again, we're talking about the development here on Road. It does not have affordable housing component, although I wish it did. But again, under the planning policies, this council and our planning staff cannot mandate affordable housing there because the development is not along a major transit area. So it's not within a capacity to require affordable housing units here. It will be for market. As asked earlier from others, there's a need and a supply issue for market units. But from what I'm hearing from you is unless it's affordable, don't build it.
Again, we're not addressing the primary concern, like the strategic initiatives that are part of the region and part of the province. We have mandates, we have strategies, we need to perform on them. We have an opportunity here to make good on those strategic initiatives, and I feel like we're not. It's a lost opportunity, 760 units that could go towards satisfying these requirements, and poof, it's not.
Okay, I would love your suggestion on this. How do you think we can mandate it here?
It might be too late, I don't know. I mean, when vetting developers, was that part of the process? Is affordable housing in the cards for this development? Was that a question that was asked?
I believe it was asked, but as I said earlier, this council and staff in the planning process cannot mandate affordable housing units for development that is outside a major transit area.
And it's not a major transit area because?
Because it's not a higher order transit serviceable area.
It's not serviceable for higher transit?
It's not serviced by a higher order transit. It's the suburban area. So
Could
that's
it not
why.
be?
Sorry?
Could it not be? Infrastructure before residency. You build the infrastructure and then you build the people. You don't build the people and then say, well, we can't move them. We can't give them the doctors. It's backwards.
Okay. I think it's a turnaround argument, but I appreciate you making the points. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Angod, for coming in this evening.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our last delegation is Sherry Wonder. Sorry, Ms. Wonder had to leave?
She had to leave, however, she convened to me, she wanted to say.
Sorry? You don't have to come down. Sorry,
She had to leave. She has no children, and she had conveyed to me what she wanted to say.
Oh, so do you want to come down and present on her behalf? Okay, yeah, please, yeah, take your time. No, take your time, no worries. And so the clerk, if you can, for the record, share your name, and the clerk will get your other information that she may need later on. But in the meantime, you can just share your name with us and then make your presentation.
Sure, no problem. My name is Stephanie Attard, and I'm a resident on Rush Meadow Street, which is in a neighborhood adjacent to the proposed development. Sherry is also a neighbor. Her thoughts were to essentially echo previous statements in that she herself was taken completely off guard when I had messaged her last night about this meeting, that this development was even happening, and to the extent that it was planned to happen, the number of stories in that, I guess, that primary tower, which is, I believe 24 is the proposed. So she wanted to convey her hope for a Q&A, an in-person Q&A session concerning that and concerning all of the, an adequate notice being given to the area residents as well, to be able to participate in that and to be able to get more information.
Okay, thank you very much. There don't appear to be any questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, so as I indicated, we'll now go back to the agenda from earlier this afternoon and work our way through things and come back to the outstanding items on today's agenda. So, Council, we'll go back now to Item 6.1, growing together the protected major transit station area land use and zoning framework. And we will now take questions of staff. Are there questions of staff on the document? We're now on going together and then we'll move from there on to the inclusionary zoning piece. So, Councillor Ioannidis, questions of staff?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find my notes, sorry. Okay. I know Mr. Stevenson and other members of staff, a lot of the questions that were asked, and in particular, whenever there was some form of this can be classified as site-specific in particular. I mean, didn't we not go through this process through growing together so we don't do site-specific applications? Sorry, it's getting late.
Who wants to take that? I'm not sure who staff 2 is. Okay, go ahead.
So through the mayor, I'll start and others can chime in. The Growing Together process is meant to establish a new base set of rules that work in most cases. We are also recommending different pathways through official plan policies that would continue to allow for zoning bylaw amendments and minor variances as well. The base set of zoning rules would apply in most cases, but this work did not do detailed design for every property within their protected major transit station areas. What is in the staff report in front of council today is an option that was offered to those that delegated and those that participated throughout the Growing Together process, that if they could meet certain tests or certain criteria outlined in our proposed official plan amendment policy, and provide that rationale to our satisfaction, that we would consider taking a favorable planning recommendation on their site-specific request to change zoning from one zoning category to another. What it doesn't do is change any of the parameters within the base zoning, so there was an expectation that they met all of the zoning regulations in the proposed zone that they were asking to be zoned.
Okay. So, in other words, if it's a site-specific, they're going to have to now, as is always, apply for certain applications of variances and all that stuff.
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay.
Hang on, Mr. Reedman, you want to add something?
Yeah, and through the mayor, and so staff had carefully looked at all of the development applications that were received by council over the last number of years, and the vast majority of them met the zoning requirements that are outlined in Growing Together. And so even the applicants that came in to request modifications and staff authorized those, they're able to meet that base zoning. It's the one-offs that don't meet that criteria that would have to look at possible relief from the zoning provisions.
Okay, I get it. I know it's a little tricky, but that's the part I'm looking at focusing a little bit on, because I know we put a mandate to have the development process streamlined in a customer service way, and I want to ensure that process is still there. Anyways, as a city as a whole, and my time here in the last 13 years, how was the LRT and our downtown marketed wise?
I'm not sure who you're looking to answer that, Councillor Ioannidis.
I can answer it if you want.
Well, you have. Okay, Councillor Ioannidis, this is an opportunity to ask questions of staff. And so if you have questions that are related to the planning application, happy to have them move forward. Mr. Reedman, did you want to answer that? Go ahead.
Through the mayor, and so the LRT was publicly consulted on an opportunity to refocus growth around a central transit corridor. And so that work has happened within the Development Services Department. We've looked at multiple ways to reduce red tape in our processes, and so the Development Services Review is groundbreaking work that we had done that, you know, really set us up for success for changes from Bill 109 that required us to speed up our development approvals process. You know, and we're looking at focusing growth along that corridor and doing it in a flexible and agile way, and we believe that Growing Together does accommodate that.
Okay. I guess my concern is, as long as I've been here, it's been publicly stated that significant density would be occurring in the major transit areas. And what I'm seeing here is now we have SG1 and SG2, and to me that's not significant density. And that's what's been marketed by our economic development team. It's been marketed by, as long as I've been here.
Okay, Councillor Ioannidis, I'm giving you some latitude, but what's the question? Because
What's the question is, why are we now changing that message?
Okay. Mr. Riedman?
Through the mayor, and so we believe we've actually increased the housing capacity and density capacity significantly. So prior to Growing Together, we had a floor space ratio cap that was very, very low, and every single application had to come through to get a zone change or an official plan amendment. And the decision behind that at the time was to utilize density bonusing to get other community benefits. The province took that ability away back in 2019, and so every single application that didn't meet an FSR of 2 had to go in front of council to increase the density. And so through Growing Together, we're accommodating over 100,000 new residential units through the zoning permissions, and so that is a significant change from what was previously allowed under the previous zoning regime.
Okay, Councillor Ioannidis, I'll ask you to loop in a second time if you need to. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. First, I wanted to ask a question about the delegate who spoke about 188 and 189 Queen Street South in the Joseph Street area. And so right now it's zoned SGA 3, and they're asking that it be zoned SGA 4. Is there anything in the Victoria Park District guidelines that considered Joseph Street to be exempt from the guidelines? Because the delegate said that this property was exempt from the Heritage District guidelines because it's on Queen Street, right? But I mean, it goes right around the corner. So I just wondered if that was in the documents.
Yes, go ahead.
My understanding is he might have been referring to 25 Joseph Street, which is adjacent to the subject properties that he was addressing and is not within the Heritage Conservation District. That property is individually designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. But the properties in which he was referring to himself are within the Heritage Conservation District.
I'm not sure where 25 Joseph Street is, but okay. And are there any SGA 4 properties in the district?
If you can just leave your mic on, please. Go ahead.
SGA 4 as existing currently or
Yeah.
proposed?
No, both. I mean, I know it's proposed on that Queen Street lot, but other than that, are there any SGA 4s?
No, there is no
properties?
SGA 4 properties currently existing. The highest or most stories within the Victoria Park area right now would be 18 stories, so that would be an SGA 3 property.
Okay. My other question had to do with the 60 Ottawa Street South comments, and my question is, can the property be double zoned? I mean, I know the argument that's being made here that we have to wait for the DMAF thing, but is it possible to double zone a property?
So through the mayor, a property can be what we call split zoned, so have different zones apply to different portions of the property. 60 Ottawa Street is being considered as part of the Schneider and Schumacher Creek study, and therefore it is not being recommended to be zoned at this time through Growing Together.
Okay, and this is maybe bouncing off that, the question of the split zoning. Who determines a split zone? Like, could, let's say, the Ontario Seed Company property be split zoned?
So through the mayor, generally there would need to be some sort of study done to determine the limits of development in the case of a floodplain, which is what we were talking about with 60 Ottawa Street. We do try to not split zone properties unless it's necessary. Where we are split zoning properties, we do generally have some sort of study that helps inform where that zoning line would go to split the property.
And that staff would do that?
Through the mayor, staff would do that with a technical background study.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davey, you're up next.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Ennis began with the questions in terms of site-specific. So proposed developments outside of what's prescribed actually, my first question is, if it's very slightly out of prescribed, so for example, one of my concerns is the height cap of 25 stories in some of the areas. I know that if there's what's called a minor variance, it would go to the Committee of Adjustment. Does staff have any leeway at all? Like, if someone comes forward with a proposal for 26 stories, does that still have to go to Committee of Adjustment? Or would that still have to go to Committee of Adjustment? Like, is there something that's so minor staff has authority?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there is definitely a range of possibilities should someone need relief from the zoning bylaw. So the Planning Act prescribes 4 tests. So if something is considered to be very minor and meet the 4 tests, and it could be done through a variance, something like 1 story likely would be considered to be minor. And then if it was a significant change, it would be a zoning bylaw amendment. One thing that's important to note as part of this Growing Together framework is there is a path for reconsideration as part of the built-in official plan policy. So there is direction on what needs to be addressed and considered if someone were to apply to have their base zone changed. So that is different. That means that there's no longer a requirement to do an official plan amendment. Council will recall that we do our zoning bylaw amendments within 90 days. So we have, I appreciate the comment Councillor Ioannidis had about streamlining. That's still something that's very true in the work that we do. It would just be, if there's a one-off that we cannot imagine with a scenario of this scale, we would look at either a variance or a zoning bylaw amendment on a site-specific application.
Okay, so but to clarify then, just like back to the original question though, if it is like 1 story higher, it would have to go to Committee of Adjustment?
That's correct. If it doesn't meet the bylaw, it would need relief in some way.
And if it's some to be determined thing higher than that, then it would come back to this council as a zone change?
If the variation from the base zoning didn't meet the 4 tests of a Committee of Adjustment application, then it would need a zoning bylaw amendment. Those are the 2 paths for relief.
Okay, and all of the fees and the delays that are tied to a zone change would still be applicable, even though they are shortened via the new legislation, correct?
That's correct. The fees still are applicable.
Okay. So a lot of the applications that I've seen come through, and I guess this is what gives me some concern, have been in the 27, 28, 29 story range that council has dealt with. And in the interests of expediting this process, I'm just wondering why staff settled on a height of 25 when it seems the industry has settled on, for their financial reasons, a height that's just a little bit higher than that, which will still force them to go through some hoops.
Go ahead. Whoops. Hang on, I got to get rid of some people.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The 25-story height limit was chosen due to a number of factors. It's a product in this marketplace that is well known, well understood by our development industry. It's tied to Waterloo's maximum height permissions, and therefore it's something that this development industry knows how to build. It's a product that has met their pro forma. I would also say that there are a number of new developments between sort of the 10 and 25-story height limit, both towers at Weber and Scott, for example, the Bright Building on King West, 900 King West is 25 stories, one tower in Station Park is 18 stories, etc. So there is that full range, and we're hoping to continue to have permissions that allow that full range. We hope to see 12-story towers, 18-story towers, 15-story towers, 20, 25-story towers, and then also towers higher than that. The 25-story number isn't a magic number, but it is something that the industry local here is used to because of what I mentioned earlier.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, just should ask this question, but just before. But in terms of those items that come to committee of adjustment or to potential zone change at a site specific, those are all, regardless of what council decides, those are all still appealable to the OLT, regardless of what we do with Growing Together. Correct?
Mr. Riedman, just 1 second. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, so that is correct. I was going to jump in though, just to talk about the housekeeping component that we would look at. And so, you know, right now we're recommending 25 stories. Should we see a lot of minor variances come through, we would bring forward a recommendation to council for a city-initiated zoning bylaw, because we don't want to create red tape, but we do want to have a distinguishing market typology that we're looking at. And so if we do see a lot of things coming in at 26, 27, 28 stories, instead of doing a minor variance or a zone change application, we would recommend to council a slight adjustment to our base zoning in a future year.
Yes, so thank you. So on that specific point, because I'll be frank, it is an amendment that I'm considering bumping up a little bit, and again, I'll make my comments later. If it's not a magic number, I guess I would ask what's, and we are seeing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, even the last few developments we had before us, every single one is between 27 and 32 from the developments that Vive just presented now. So what would staff's concern be then if we were to amend that to something a little bit higher, say 28 stories, which gives us a little more flexibility?
Go ahead.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the concern is that staff have not had the opportunity to assess a 27 or 28-story height limit in the SGA3 zone, and we therefore continue to recommend a 25-story height limit. As Mr. Riedman said, as conditions evolve over time and as we analyze this and see it in action, we'd be happy to continue to collect that data and right-size that as the case may be. I would say also that should the amendment proceed to increase height in the SGA3 zone, it would also require an amendment to the SGA-B land use designation within the official plan, so we would have to change that policy as well.
Okay, thank you. And how much time do I have? Okay.
Oh, sorry, you're over already.
Oh, I'm over? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I'll come back to you. If you click in, Councillor Deneau.
Just a quick question to Mr. Stevenson. I believe I heard you say earlier that all new development applications that have come in within the last year have been advised of any potential changes that will be coming down the pipeline. Is that what I heard?
Mr. Stevenson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we identify that at 2 stages. First, at the pre-submission, so that's a confidential meeting we have before we receive a formal application to identify what reports and studies would be required to form a complete application, and then we also provide that analysis in the staff report as part of the recommendation. So we do advise before a formal application is submitted and during that formal application process.
Okay, so I guess any assertion that a developer was caught off guard would kind of be a moot point?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that the delegate was suggesting that they didn't understand that there's an opportunity potentially to meet between January now, and if they were made aware of that or were aware of it, then they may have suggested that meeting. We have reviewed a revised proposal, and we expect formal applications for the properties that they were referencing. So we have had those conversations, just not part of that formal deferred recommendation from the January meeting.
Okay. Councillor Stretch. Oh, try again. Go ahead.
Sorry. Sorry. In the SG, the SG zones 1 and 2. So in this major transit hub, while we're trying to increase density, the plan of mixed use and overall vision I find really encouraging and really great. But what I am confused about are the SG1 and 2s and where we're using them. Are we focused most on zoning SGA 1 and 2 around heritage?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The SGA 1 zone was primarily applied to lands that are currently low-rise residential neighborhoods. That's due to parcel size, lot width, those kinds of things. Makes them conducive to the kind of development that we are looking to permit through the SGA 1 zone. That includes, of course, heritage conservation districts, but also many other neighborhoods that are low-rise existing.
Thanks, that answers my question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions are on the consolidated properties, 178, 188 Queen South, 196, 202 Queen South, and 15 Joseph Street. And there was a discussion between the developer and staff in November of 2023, where, after that discussion, staff recommended an SGA 4 zone on that. But then in January of this year, that was changed to SGA 3. So I'm just trying to understand the reasoning for that and how, after meeting with them and SGA 4 was the way to go, that it got changed to SGA 3.
Mr. Stevenson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with the deferral in January, we had the opportunity to do a deeper dive and a little bit more engagement, and part of that was with ACO and part of that was with property owners. We had come to the conclusion and had decided to revise the recommendation simply to say that if there's height that's going to be greater than 25 stories at that location, there is in the Heritage Conservation District Plan guidelines for new development and how compatibility would be evaluated. We simply suggested that the approach we took, which was SGA 4 with a holding provision which required complete consolidation, we did see a development concept, but it required the demolition of the building, the Bullis Glass building. What we're suggesting now is SGA 3 may be more appropriate, and should future decision making be made on the Bullis Glass building, then through a site-specific application, we could evaluate that through a heritage impact assessment prepared with a final development concept rather than just a conceptual concept at this time, and then make a more informed recommendation on the total permitted maximum height.
Okay, I'm just struggling with this because of the size of the lot and the location of it. Thank you.
Before I go back to Councillors Davey and this for round 2, I have a few questions. In terms of the process that's being outlined here, was it ever contemplated that, in fact, this process would eliminate all or the need for all or most potentially site-specific applications, or was there a recognition that we were trying to obviously, do a good job of eliminating a good chunk of them, but there was a recognition that some should remain in place and be considered based on their site-specific details?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it was never the intention of this work, nor was it ever practical or feasible to expect that we would eliminate official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments altogether. This is a highly complex, very varied area of the city. It is not uniform. Parcels come in all shapes and sizes, all configurations, all weird angles, odd street fabric, all these kinds of things. There was always going to be a need for site-specific applications to get development in place that suited contextual things that are happening within this geography. What we do expect is that we have created a planning framework that reduces by a significant margin the need for particularly official plan amendments, but also zoning bylaw amendments by right-sizing the regulations to the kinds of development that council is already approving and that are already being built today.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess the second question that I would ask that goes with that, if we were to over-grant, in a sense, permissions today over and above what's been recommended thus far without the opportunity to give it some, broader consideration. Might there be challenges later on if we were to try to take those things back? And I know I'm looking for an answer without having to go into caucus for legal advice, but some general principles around that. I don't know if legal or you want to handle that? Yes, go ahead.
So through the mayor, we've tried our best to get the base set of rules as correct as possible. And as alluded to or as mentioned earlier this evening, there will continue to be opportunities for site-specific amendments. The staff report in front of council today includes a consistent approach to how the site-specific requests were evaluated. So same 4 to 5 criteria for everyone that came in and asked for a site-specific change. Staff evaluated them and assessed them against the same criteria. If they could not meet all of the regulations within the zone that they were requesting, staff did not recommend a change in zoning. That doesn't mean that they cannot advance their own application to do an official plan amendment, a zoning bylaw amendment, or a minor variance at some point in the future. So we were careful in our consideration and recommendation that we put in front of council that there was some consistency there with respect to how we evaluated all of the requests so that we could make a planning recommendation with some consistency there.
But I guess the long and the short of it, if we were to go for, let's say, SJ3 to 30 stories now, as an example, and realize, that's creating some set of problems, and we want to downzone everything to 25 in the future, would that potentially cause some concerns and potential legal liabilities?
So through the mayor, I can't comment on legal liabilities. What I can say is that any change in zoning would have to go through a public process. If there's the perception that the change in zoning is potentially devaluing a property or is changing permissions such that the person wasn't aware of those changes, they would have a right to appeal to the tribunal.
Okay, that I think is far enough for in terms of where I want to go with that right now. And the last question, just quickly, is through this entire process of what we're doing with Growing Together, how many more homes do we anticipate will be able to be built in these two areas, in wards 9 and 10?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the modeling that we've done, which is a sort of advanced capacity model that considers a lot of different factors, demonstrates that we can build approximately 100,000 new homes within these 7 major transit station areas.
Within the 7, so the 2 that we're considering.
No, within the 2 wards, 9 and 10, but within the 7 major transit station areas.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So that's it for me for now. Councillor Davey, round 2.
Thank you. Just tailing on that last answer, actually. So those homes that you said could be built that would mean if everything that was possible to be built gets built.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that's not correct. The capacity model, as we have designed it, it's what would be approximately equivalent to a 50% capacity model of zoning permissions, which is a typical planning sort of shorthand to use for how much actually gets built when you approve a new zoning bylaw. So at about 50% of the maximum zoning permissions, we anticipate more than 100,000 new homes.
So roughly half. So then if everything was built, then it'd be 200,000.
Yes, but that would probably never happen.
Thank you. My other question, I did raise this actually a couple of times before, is my concern with tower separation. Primarily, I want to reiterate or double check on the answer. My only concern really, I get wanting to have lower tower separation as we go higher. The one I'm still hung up on really is the tower separation from 37 stories and up. I just want to ensure, I'm trying to balance, the lost number of homes that would be in that space that is now air, or that was proposed to be air. The only real things that potentially we're losing would be a bit of extra sunlight, sky view, potentially wind tunnels. Like, what's the rationale really at that 37 plus story again, if you could remind us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we also consider the safety and privacy of residents who are exposed to essentially a larger number of opposing units in a potential building across the way from them. So as you go higher, you increase the number of units that you have view into a nearby product, and so you could be looking into potentially hundreds of units at these distances. So it's important to have the same consideration for safety and privacy of residents that we would in any other form of housing. I think it's also important to note that for tower separation, it's one of many built form regulations that have all been considered together and that have been calibrated together. And so where we have, for example, much more permissive floor plate maximums for those tall towers, we require 900 square meter floor plate maximum for stories 37 and above. Toronto requires a 750 square meter floor plate for towers basically above the podium, so for stories approximately 7 and above. So we're much more permissive in these other built form regulations, and because of that, we see a need to make sure we calibrate that with enough space between the buildings to reflect that, to make sure that we continue to have high quality of life for the people of Kitchener.
Okay, yeah, so I can appreciate that, but to be clear then too, so if I brought forward an amendment to remove the 37-story plus additional 3 meters, is it? So it would reduce to 12. In theory, someone on the 20th floor, under the current suggestion, would be just as far away as someone on the 40th, 50th floor, depending on how high we go. So in terms of the privacy, I just trying to understand the privacy argument.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's really about the cumulative effect of how many units are built between towers or between developments, where as you go up, you increase the number of units, and so it's about the overall exposure and the overall visibility. But it does also create those environmental mitigation impacts, so again, more light, more sun, better wind performance, these other kinds of things that are important as well.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Arnettis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Fabanek. I'll go along a little bit with what Councillor Davey was going with the privacy. I'm failing to understand where we have less setbacks on the main floors, and then as we go higher, they get tighter and tighter. So wouldn't privacy be a concern in the main floors? You would think the main floors would have more privacy concerns than ones that are 15, 20 stories up.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, again, what we're talking about is the cumulative effect of the size of the overall building development, and when multiple building developments are next to each other. We could have come here with a non-flexible approach to built form like other cities have done and just require that full amount of separation right from the ground up or right from the podium up. That's what someone like Toronto has done, for example, right? They require 25 meters of separation between towers, but they require that from basically the 7th floor all the way to the top. We're trying to be more flexible to allow more purpose-built rental, larger units, more multi-bedroom units, so that for shorter buildings where other impacts are less, we're more permissive to allow those types of products. We're trying to create that full spectrum of market products for every type of housing imaginable.
Okay. My other question is, and one of the delegates brought it up, would be the type of tower that's created, and it was slab on slab and then pointed towers. And when you go higher up, you need more shoring. So can you explain to me what's the rationale of that, if there is a rationale for it? Like, why are we looking at certain towers that are going to have to be they're going to need a lot more engineering, and that are going to be significant in cost to build if we're in an affordability housing crisis and we need less? So anything that we do offset is just thrown out the window.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't have pro forma information that indicates that is a significant issue. I would also not characterize our permissions as requiring a point tower. We have much more permissive regulations all the way up than most other cities. Again, if I were to compare to Toronto, they require a 750 square meter floor plate. That is a point tower, very much definitionally so. Our 900 square meter floor plate for those highest towers can be done in the slab form. It can be done in a 42 meter by 22 meter, very efficient slab form.
Are you confident in that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to speak to the profitability of a particular product.
Okay. I guess my other question too would be, when I've heard staff say if we do the site specific and we get it wrong, and in a year's time, are we going to compensate those organizations that went through the process before, within the year before?
Mr. Reedman, are you clear on the question?
Yeah, through the mayor. So I made that comment, and I believe that it's being misquoted. And so there's multiple avenues that people could go through relief, so including C of A and other mechanisms. But what we would come back with is if we're seeing a lot of applications come through that C of A avenue, which we don't think there will. We know there's some development types that generally don't meet our zoning bylaw currently, and likely wouldn't meet most people's zoning requirements. But we did look at almost all of all the developments in the last 5 years to see conformity, and almost all of them complied to the zoning bylaw. So we don't foresee there being an issue with a lot of applications based on the form-based zoning that we've outlined.
Okay. So when you said I misunderstood you, you're saying that's not what you said?
Through the mayor. So what we would be looking at is that, like, if there are issues that are coming up that we're seeing a lot of applications for C of A, so minor relief from certain zoning provisions, we would bring forward a city-initiated zoning bylaw. And so that's our typical process. This is what we've done for years, and I don't believe council's ever compensated other developers that have had to go through a C of A application process in the past. So we do try to remove the red tape, but if we did miss something, or we're finding that the product has changed slightly because of different technologies, we would come forward with the city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, I know Councillor Davey has mentioned something with regards to about 27 stories, but I think most of those that we approved have been some time now. And I'm just wondering what's in the pipeline and what are their stories?
Mr. Stevenson?
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor Ioannidis makes an excellent point about honoring approvals that this council and the council before has made on development applications that have not yet proceeded to construction. Within the parameters and the permissions proposed, there is a 10-year transition regulation. We believe that that will allow those applications that are not yet constructed to still be able to utilize their council-approved decision based on the economics that made sense at the time. We have brought forward those special regulations, in some cases regulations that are more generous than what would be than council-approved more generous regulations than when we're in our urban design manual. So we brought all those regulations forward with the exception of minimum parking requirements. We actually alleviated the requirement of any required parking for all of those special provisions. So we will continue to honor for the next 10 years any council decision that was made on official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment through the transition policies.
Okay, I get that, but what's in the pipeline right now? Like what's being in there? 25, 40, 50 stories?
So currently, when we looked at our approved, so council-approved applications, there's a variety. We have some multi-tower sites. We have some buildings that are 55 stories. We have others that are shorter. So there is a variety of council-approved development applications over the last several years.
I think Mr. Stevenson, Councillor Ioannidis' question is the non-approved ones, what's in the pipeline? So in other words, there's obviously applications that staff are currently working on that have not been considered by council yet, but are slated to come to us over the next while. And presumably, if this were to be approved, it will sort of shape the direction on things. And then I guess the second part of that question would be, I'm trying to help here, Councillor Ioannidis.
You're doing a good job.
Answer that first part, and then I'll come back to explaining the second part.
Sure, and thank you for the clarification, Mr. Mayor. So this would be the same application that we took when we had Crosby. As we knew what our new zonings were going to look like, when we made recommendations, we met with the applicant to ensure that, when we share a recommendation in advance and hear any feedback. So the same way that we would now be able to, once the zoning is in the bylaw, we would be able to now apply some exemptions or potentially look and use the criteria within the official plan policies to look at what we would consider for changing an SGA zone.
Mr. Reedman, you wanted to add something there?
Yeah, through the mayor, we heard a number of delegates tonight say that they were representing their applicants and they were satisfied with the zoning on the site. And so what that says is that the applications coming through the pipeline are generally satisfied and meeting the zoning compliance. So I think that you heard from one that wasn't satisfied based on that, and they didn't submit proper zoning compliance to be considered through the process.
Okay, Councillor Ioannidis, I'll still give you some more time since I stole a little bit of yours to clarify things.
Okay. I'm not sure if I'm satisfied with that answer, but I mean, I get there is a little bit of a complication to it. Okay. I guess the other question I would have, and sort of, again, my time here on council, and it's been quite some time, anything that was near a transit station, 800 meters, would have significant density. And then what I'm seeing in some of these, in growing together, where I see properties that are SG1 and some SG2 that are literally within 100 meters from the regional transit hub. And I'm trying to understand that rationale. And then I know there's other incidences in there, but I can only reference that one.
Who wants to tackle that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the closest SGA1 zone property to the multimodal hub is approximately 400 to 500 meters away. I would also like to add for clarification to your earlier question that there is an SGA4 zone with an unlimited height that is applied to approximately a quarter of the geography of Growing Together. So there is significant capacity of unlimited height zoning within Growing Together. Why there is an SGA1 zone and an SGA2 zone? It's because we value the full spectrum of housing. We value missing middle housing. We were directed by council to implement the missing middle and affordable housing report that came in front of you earlier this year. And we have done that through the permissions in the SGA1 zone, which allows multiplexes, low-rise multiple buildings, and can help to provide that gentle density, that missing middle, those mom-and-pop developers who may want to do a smaller project, especially during times of high interest rates and other conditions that are present today.
Okay, Councillor Ioannidis, I've given you lots of leeway. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Just another question. I know we've built Growing Together to be flexible. I've heard that. When Mr. Litt presented and he gave us this comparison of things that are already approved, but if SGA4 was applied, there would be certain things that would not fit the criteria. And I know we've mentioned the ability for site-specific application. And I don't want you to commit or anything, but are you confident that if situations like this come up, that there can be solutions and things, changes as we, each piece of property would be unique. And I get the goal of having some great, strong basics, but I look at these developments and I think, oh man, I would not want to lose something like this if we were too rigid.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the process is designed to be flexible. We have, I would think, an excellent reputation of working with our development industry, and perhaps Garrett can speak to that further, to meet the specific needs of a site-specific development over the course of the last 10 years. I think we've worked very hard with our development industry to make sure that we can make their projects fit and work. I would also say that some of the relief that Vive Developments has sought is very significant, and if we were to apply that broadly across a larger section, I think we would really struggle with the impacts that those buildings have created. So if we were to replicate some of those permissions across a broader geography of the city, along Weaver Street, for example, or along Charles Street, we would then be creating really significant impacts. So while those are approved, and we're happy to see that housing come online, we do have to be a little bit more cautious with our built form regulations to make sure that the quality of life is protected for the people who are going to be living in those buildings.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's the ability for site-specific application for unique situations on unique parcels of land. It sounds like that's going to be the case, so thank you.
Councillor Stretch.
Yes, I'd just like to move staff's recommendation.
Okay, I'll come back to you in a second. Councillor Davey, you've already asked 2 rounds of questions, so you... Okay, so Councillor Stretch, you moved the recommendation. Is there a seconder? Councillor Deneau. Okay, I know that there were a few people with amendments, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask everyone to identify their amendments. If there's any clarification, we'll get them, and then I'm going to go through them in order. Councillor Davey, you're in the queue next, so I presume that's for your potential amendments?
Correct. I've emailed 2 amendments that I mentioned during my questions to staff.
Okay, so I'll go to you to those next.
Through the chair, I don't mean to interject, but staff had raised 2 amendments earlier this date, so the recommendation on the screen does include those 2 amendments, one related to the mapping and the other related to the 2 footnotes. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. You'll see that in clause 1 and in clause 4.
Sorry, but these aren't Councillor Davies' amendments.
No, those were staff's during the presentation this afternoon.
Oh, okay. So these are included as part of Councillor Stretch's motion that has been moved by or seconded by Councillor Deneau. Okay. So now let's move on to Councillor Davies.
Just to clarify where the amendment came from.
Okay.
That's the staff from earlier.
Thank you for that. So we'll now go to Councillor Davey. Amendments. Okay, Councillor Davey, you want to
speak to it or read it? Or?
Well, yeah, just read them for now, and if there's any
it's just
pertinent points you want to make.
Certainly. Well, yeah, make my comments whenever appropriate, but just that in the SGA 3 zoning, the story limit be increased from 25 to 28 stories, and this is the first amendment, and the second one, that the tower separation requirements for towers that are for 37 stories and up be the same as, what is it now, the 19 to 36 stories.
Okay. Is there a seconder for these amendments? Councillor Ioannidis, thank you. Next in the queue, I see Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, I will send something. I'm just in the works, but I'm looking at removing 15 Linden and 35, I think it's 35 Linden, separating them out because they're classified as SG1.
And
I would like to move them to SG3.
Okay.
SGA3.
I guess I'll take it if there's a seconder, but I guess I will ask a question. Councillor Ioannidis, is the property owner aware of this, and have they agreed with these changes?
Well, the board is aware of issues, but there hasn't been anything formal because it would have been declared as, it would have been used as an emergency meeting, and we didn't want to do that because I figured that we could have just separated this out today.
Okay, so these are
Kitchener Housing Properties?
Correct.
And you're asking that we make an amendment to them, but there's been no direction from the board?
No.
Okay.
Not official yet.
Okay, so that's something that staff may want to consider, and/or council. Councillor Chapman, you have some amendments?
Yeah, I have a few.
No, I'm just going to let people, so that people can speak to everything all at once. Oh, sorry, thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Ioannidis' amendments? Councillor Deneau, thank you.
Where is it?
Okay, Councillor Chapman, go ahead.
I've submitted them. So do we do them all together, or do we have to do two at a time, he said?
Just read through them, please.
Okay, so the first one is insert into the official plan after section 15.d.2.8 the following statement: zoning permissions do not necessarily reflect heritage preservation requirements. The second amendment is replace item A in 2019-51 zoning bylaw section 4.14.8.1, the statement that reads, patios, deck, and outdoor recreation associated with a restaurant may project into a required yard provided that A, they are located a minimum of 30 meters from a residential zone, and replace that with a minimum of 20 meters from the lot line of any proximate SGA1 property. The third amendment would be regarding, and I can speak to all these at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That where SGA4 is adjacent to an SGA1 property, change the SGA4 zoning to SGA2. Remove SGA2 and SGA3 zoning from heritage districts and replace them with SGA1 zoning. Remove upzoning from all City of Kitchener properties in the PMTSA areas. Zone the following properties to reflect the existing built forms found on the properties as they are up for heritage designation currently. So there's 72 Victoria Street South. Currently the building is an SGA2 building, and I think it's being proposed to be zoned SGA4. 60 Victoria Street, which is the Rumpelfelt building, is currently an SGA1 building, and it's being proposed to be SGA4 as well. 825 King Street West, which is a new facility that just opened a week ago with 43 or 47 affordable housing units. Currently an SGA1 building, and it's being proposed to be, I didn't write that, oh yeah, SGA3. EB Street, 33 EB Street should be SGA1 because that's the built form on the property at this time, and it's being proposed to be an SGA3. Victoria School, again a 3-story building, should be SGA1, and I'm not sure if that's zoned SGA3 or 4. So basically what I'm suggesting here, it's not about, it's just giving zoning to these properties to protect them because they are about to be heritage designated. So just give them designate them based on the built form that's currently on the property. Number 7, remove non-PMTSA properties from growing together and include them in the official plan review process at a later date. Actually, I changed that wording, I think. Oh, and commercial uses in the residential areas. But if that were to fail, I don't know how this works logistically. Zone the following properties to reflect the existing built forms found on the properties as they currently provide affordable housing. So these are all within the non-PMTSA areas. 155 Cherry Street, which is a series of townhouses, a housing cooperative, should be Res 5 rather than Res 6. 318, 332, and 352 Patricia Street, again, should be Res 5 rather than Res 6. 185 to 177 Mill Street should be Res 5 rather than Res 6. 5 Hyman, the same, and 317, 343 Mill Street should be Res 5 and not Res 6. And again, all of those because they are affordable housing units, affordable housing stock that I hope we would all agree we don't want to get rid of.
Okay, so there's 8 sets of amendments there, and Councillor Chapman, I presume you've discussed all of these with staff and they've had an opportunity to comment on them? Go ahead.
I don't know, not directly necessarily, but I think they're aware of all of these suggestions.
Okay. Just for staff, I'm going to give staff an opportunity we'll go through each of the amendments so that staff can have an opportunity to make any comments. So council has the benefit of staff's advice on any of them before voting on them. Councillor Schneider, you have an amendment?
I do.
Okay, go ahead. Actually, hold on. Before we do, is there a seconder for Councillor Chapman's amendments? Councillor Michaud, thank you. Now back to you, Councillor Schneider.
Okay, I did send it to the clerk. Did you get that? I sent an email, sorry.
I'll be doing that shortly.
We wait till 10:57. Sorry. So, yeah, my motion is that the consolidated lands at 178, 188, 196, and 202 Queen Street and 15 Joseph Street be returned to SGA 4 zoning.
Okay. And presumably, have you had a chance to dialogue with staff at all about this?
No, just
not yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a seconder for this? Seconded by Councillor Johnson. Thank you. Okay. So I will now actually take a motion to go past 11 next. Who wants to move that? Councillor Stretch, seconded by Councillor O'Dooney. This has to be, remind me, this has to be unanimous. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you, Council. So with that, let's go back to the first two from Councillor Davey, and is there any reaction or comments from staff to those two amendments? Yes, Natalie?
So through the mayor, on the first item, staff have not assessed the parameters of a 28-story height limit in the SGA 3 zone and continue to recommend a 25-story height limit. Should the amendment proceed, it would also require an amendment to the SGAB land use designation within the proposed official plan amendment pertaining to the protected major transit station areas, as the 25-story height maximum is also within that land use designation. The second point, the change of tower setback and separation requirements for 37 stories or more would need to be reconsidered in the context of floor plate area and building length permissions. Staff continues to recommend the built form regulations within the staff report as a balanced and flexible approach to regulating the massing of buildings and the space in between them.
Okay. So with that, any questions? If not, we'll go to the next amendment, which was Councillor Ioannidis's about the Linden Street properties. No, we'll be coming through them in the order that we've received them, but we're just dealing with comments from staff first. Yes, on the Linden Avenue ones. Any feedback?
So through the mayor, we're still considering this one. It is within a heritage conservation district, and again, staff considered the approach to zoning on all lands in accordance with a number of criteria. So we haven't considered the SGA3 zoning and what that would mean, not only on these properties, but on adjacent properties, and also in consideration of the Heritage Conservation District plan policies.
Okay, but there hasn't been a request from the property owner to staff yet on this?
Through the mayor, we have not had any submissions from the property owner on this property.
Okay, thank you. Questions on this? Yeah, Councillor Davey, go ahead.
Yeah, just not understanding a minimum should not just be to SGA3. I'm not sure what a minimum means in this context.
Oh, SGA1 to SGA3.
Yeah.
The A's are missing.
And, there we go. And again, not a minimum, right? It would just be...
Oh, from SGA1 to SGA3.
Thank you.
Okay. I think you get rid of as well. Minor technicality at 10:40 at night. Okay, so then we go to Councillor Chapman's list of amendments. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, point of clarification on the last one. Again, if the zoning were to be amended for the Linden Street properties, an official plan amendment would also need to be changed to SGA-B, land use designation.
Okay. So if that can be noted there. Councillor Hernandez, do you have a question on that?
Not on that, but on...
Okay, then I'll come back to you. Okay, so now if whoever can respond to Councillor Chapman's amendments, please.
So I will start on the first item. So staff are already recommending an official plan policy that reiterates the Ontario Heritage Act requirement that where there may be a conflict between an official plan and a heritage conservation district, that the heritage conservation district prevails. It continues to be staff's opinion that the proposed zoning applied within the heritage conservation districts are appropriate for and in compliance with the policies and guidelines of the HCD plans. Much of the lands remain zoned for low-rise residential, and where an SGA2 or 3 zone are proposed, the plans have identified these areas as being appropriate for new, medium, or high-rise residential development. High-rise development. Further, the existing heritage tools currently in place, including requirements for a heritage permit where changes to properties are proposed, and the ability to request heritage studies to support proposals remain in effect. On the second matter, with respect to distance to patios, decks, and outdoor recreation, the provision that is recommended or proposed to be modified is not included within the amending bylaws before Council tonight. Any changes to this provision in our zoning bylaw, it's staff's opinion that there should be notice of those changes since the provision has not been included in any of the amending bylaws to date. Staff would have concerns with this amendment as it would preclude many non-residential uses from establishing within existing lower-rise neighborhoods within protected major transit station areas. On the next matter, where SGA4 is adjacent to an SGA1 property, that the SGA4 properties changed to an SGA2. Staff does not support this change as transition provisions have been provided within the zones and in the application of the zones. It's also important to understand that the SGA4 zones have been applied throughout the protected major transit station areas in addition to other zones to ensure a broad range of permitted uses and building types. Continues to be important to provide a broad spectrum of those 3 zones and the application of them across these 7 protected major transit station areas. On the next clause about removing the SGA2 and SGA3 zoning within heritage districts and replacing them with an SGA1 zone, the Victoria Park Heritage Conservation District Plan encourages residential intensity through sensitive reconversions and new medium and high density development for Queen Street South. Higher intensity users and redevelopment within the Civic District HCD is encouraged to be focused on the perimeter of the HCD or on select few sites which have been identified as being appropriate for redevelopment and have site-specific policies developed for them. There are existing buildings within both of the HCDs which exceed the permissions of an SGA1 zone. The only SGA1 zone, or only permitting an SGA1 zone within HCDs ignores existing conditions and would perpetuate an incorrect perception that heritage is against development and would be harmful to the overall heritage conservation efforts. The next clause about remove up zoning from the City of Kitchener properties within protected major transit station areas. Staff's approach to applying different zones to different lands did not take into consideration the ownership of properties. It is unclear to staff at this time what, in this context of the motion, an upzoning would mean. The next clause about following properties to reflect existing built forms, and there's a list of specific properties: 72 and 60 Victoria, 825 King, 33 EB in the Victoria Street School. Zoning does not influence heritage designation. If the concern is that higher zoning might open these properties up to redevelopment because they are being individually designated, we now have greater ability to protect the buildings through the designation and ensure any redevelopment is done in a manner that achieves conservation. The matter with respect to removing non-PMTSA properties and commercial uses from growing together. So I had spoken to this a little bit earlier. With respect to the non-PMTSA properties, so those lands within existing secondary plans but outside of our major transit station areas, though we are following the same approach that we have for all other properties across the city. We are not recommending any land use changes. It is strictly a change in zoning from our 1985 bylaw to our 2019 bylaw, and the equivalent zone is proposed. I would also note that the secondary plans still remain in our 1994 official plan. We have already deferred them pending land use review and consideration, which is what occurred through our planning around rapid transit station areas processes and the neighborhood planning review. That review has been complete and is being implemented through the amendments that are in front of council today. Clause 8, the approach to zoning these properties outside of the protected major transit station areas was to assign an equivalent zone in the new zoning bylaw, so our 2019 zoning bylaw. The changes in zoning to residential 5 would be a change in zoning that would reduce zoning permissions on these properties, as most properties are currently zoned in our 1985 bylaw for medium density development or more. Staff have not considered changes in zoning for these lands, and no notice has been provided should council make this change tonight. Thank you.
Okay, there are some questions on this list of amendments. Once my mouse starts cooperating again. Councillor Ioannidis, you had questions on these?
Yeah, I guess my question would be with Councillor Davies' amendment. If I wanted to see different numbers, do I need to write another?
Okay, but we're dealing with Councillor Chapman's amendments now.
Okay, but I was asking a question on the overall amendment.
Okay, go ahead. If you want to see different numbers, what's the question?
Yeah, like do I need to
You would need to amend the amendment.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. Just on Councillor Chapman's motions, just a question to the mover. What is and staff isn't aware either, what is the rationale for removing all the upzoning from City of Kitchener properties? I'm puzzled by that one. Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, well, I'm happy to speak to all of these as we go through.
So no, we're doing specific questions. We'll be given an opportunity.
The logic is, we have a need for parkland in the downtown area. It's Kitchener City property, and I realize that, we don't have to sell it, but if we keep control of it at this point, then it's up to us to decide what we want to do with it, and we don't create this false expectation that it's opened up for development. So it's just to sort of keep it in-house, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stretch, questions?
Yes, Natalie, sorry, I It could just be because it's getting late, but can you repeat yourself for what you said for the amendments to Chapman's, for number 1? Sorry, what did you say?
Go ahead.
Sure, just let me find my notes again. Thank you for just clarifying it was the number 1 part.
Yeah, just the first one, yes.
One hour at a time, 1 hour at a time. Go ahead, Natalie.
Okay, so for the first clause in Councillor Chapman's proposed amendment, so this is with respect to adding a policy in the official plan that states zoning permissions do not necessarily reflect heritage preservation requirements. So we already have or are recommending a policy to be added to the official plan that confirms the legal direction in the Ontario Heritage Act, which states that if there is a conflict between the official plan and a heritage conservation plan, that the Heritage Conservation District prevails. So we're already recommending that that policy be added. Additionally, it's our opinion that the proposed zoning applied within our heritage districts are appropriate for and in compliance with the policies and guidelines of the Heritage Conservation District plans. It was one of the factors that we considered as we were applying the zoning within these areas. We would have concern with a policy being added that suggests that we didn't do our due diligence when we applied the zoning within Heritage Conservation District plans. Much of the lands remain zoned for low-rise residential, where an SGA 2 or 3, which are more of a mid-rise zone, are proposed to be applied in a Heritage Conservation District. They're being applied to areas where the Heritage Conservation District plans have already identified the areas as being appropriate for new medium or high-rise development. Any development within a Heritage Conservation District plan, regardless of what the zone is, includes requirements for a heritage permit where any changes to properties are proposed, and the ability to request heritage studies to support any development.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question with respect to the issue of upzoning the properties. I'm guessing that part of this also aligns with Make It Kitchener 2.0 and the fact that the council will recall that part of our Make It Kitchener 2.0 funding strategy comes from the sale of some city properties. And if we want to be able to achieve our economic development objectives, it means being able to sell those properties. And is that part of the factor in the upzoning of some of these?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's a factor. I would also say that nothing in the zoning that is being recommended for the city-owned properties would preclude parkland. That's a permitted use within all zones.
Okay, thank you. So that we're not making that decision today, but but what we would be doing in the present form of the bylaw, the unamended form, is making sure that they are ready in case we do decide to sell any of those properties.
Yes, it would give the most flexibility.
And I guess from an economic development point of view, Mr. Riedman or Mr. Chapman, whoever wants to answer that, in the absence of being able to, in the future, sell any of those properties, council would need to revisit their economic development priorities potentially. Mr. Riedman?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So then next I have Councillor Schneider's amendment. I believe that there weren't any more questions to Councillor Chapman, so we'll go to Councillor Schneider's. And does staff have any comment on that one? Mr. Stevenson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in the interest of time, no additional information other than we already shared. I have messaged the clerk and just advised the lands are not consolidated, so we would recommend that the wording be addressed as it's being changed right now.
Okay. Any questions on this? Yeah, Councillor Stretch, go ahead.
clarification, sorry, just a clarification on that. So these addresses that Councillor Schneider is proposing here, you're saying they're not consolidated?
Go ahead, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I use the term consolidated, I mean in the same ownership. These properties have not been all acquired by one landowner yet. That is a possibility. It would have to be consolidated in order to benefit from the SGA zoning regulations, the SGA4, excuse me.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe just as a follow-up question to this, so SGA 3 would allow to 25 or potentially more if the amendment carries. SGA 4 would be unlimited. If it was left at SGA 3, that would not prevent the applicant to present a satisfactory proposal that would potentially meet SGA 4. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
And that would only need a zone change, but not an OPA?
I have to confirm, but I believe it's an SGAC land use, and that would be a ZBA only, yes.
Okay.
That's correct, right?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so I will now, oh, there's one more amendment? Okay, hold on. Who's making that amendment? Okay, Councillor Ioannidis, you have another amendment you want to make? Okay, please key in.
To see what I sent, sorry. Okay. The amendment would be that an update of for the first review occur after 1 year to see if the plan is working as desired rather than the typical 5-year review. We do these every 5 years, correct?
I'll let maybe staff respond to that and react to it.
Through the mayor, we typically do comprehensive zoning bylaw reviews after a comprehensive official plan review, which is what we did the last time. So our 2014 official plan was followed by a comprehensive zoning bylaw review. I'm struggling to remember the Planning Act requirement off the top of my head right now, but it's every 10 years.
Is it every 10 years? Okay. I don't want it to be too difficult. I just want it to be
so through the mayor, I will add that we do regular updates to our zoning bylaw. So as Mr. Reedman alluded to earlier, we do regular monitoring of regulations to see how they're performing. We do keep track of our minor variances to see what provisions we may be varying more frequently than others, and do periodic, almost annual updates to our zoning bylaw that way.
Mr. Reedman, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, through the mayor, so I was going to touch on what Ms. Goss had just flagged, but I do want to flag for the rest of council that there's a very ambitious policy work plan for the entire city, including our official plan update. And so if the intent of this is a comprehensive update after 1 year, I don't think that's feasible within, but if this is just reporting in the housekeeping amendment, then that could be accommodated.
And would that potentially fit in with the OP review that I guess will be coming back to us probably in late 2025, early 2026?
So through the mayor, when we get through the official plan review, we would have a look, depending on the changes that come through our new official plan, would necessitate changes to our zoning bylaw. At this time, I'm not sure what the scope of that next comprehensive zoning bylaw review would be, but it'll take cues from all the changes that happen through a new official plan.
So just trying to sort of scope out what Councillor Ioannidis is asking for here. We know that we're starting the official plan review in the next little bit. It'll take us through 2024 into 2025, probably most of 2025. Would a housekeeping review update within 6 months of the completion of the OP be reasonable? And I think maybe that
would be reasonable.
So I'm asking from a staff perspective, would that be doable? Who wants to? I think they're tossing a coin to see who answers that. Who's winning the coin toss? Mr. Reedman?
Yeah, through the mayor, and so like the official plan and the protected major transit station areas aren't fully related to each other, but we may find out information through the official plan that like might necessitate some minor tweaks based on what we hear from broader engagement across the city. So I would suggest if we brought something back near the end of the official plan would be a more appropriate timeline, because we'd have the benefit of additional engagement plus the benefit of time to see development applications come through the process.
But if we say within 6 months of the end of that, that gives you a little bit of leeway. Yeah?
Through the mayor, I'm seeing head nods, so I'd say yes.
Okay. Councillor Ioannidis, is that your amendment?
That's fair enough.
Okay, we'll take that as an amendment. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Deneau, thank you. Councillor Johnson, you have an amendment? Go ahead.
Thank you. No, I don't have an amendment. I was going to, I think you just answered it. I was going to ask if 1 year was going to be long enough on Councillor Ioannidis's amendment.
So the amendment now is within 6 months of the completion of our OP.
Okay, so good.
So that really means about 18 to 24 months from now. To translate that, you're not a councillor yet, Mr. Reedman.
Yeah, through the mayor, so we're planning to bring the draft OP at the end of 2025, so I would say we would look to align it around that time as well.
Okay. Yep. Great. Okay. Clear as mud. So I will now open the floor to comments, and I would ask folks to comment on everything all at once. I'll take the amendments in the order that they were presented. So Councillor Davies, Councillor Ioannidis, Councillor Chapman's, Councillor Schneider's, Councillor Ioannidis. So, Councillor Schneider, you want to speak first?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to take this opportunity to thank planning staff for the amazing amount of work and the quality of the work that went into this. The engagement, as we've heard, was award-winning, and I think this is something that is a great Made in Kitchener program. It is bold, it's dynamic. I think it's going to get some great results, and I love that there's flexibility in this. Thank you for that. And we'll see where everything goes with some of the fine-tuning that council's brought forward, but as an old coach of mine used to say, you done good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider. Councillor Michaud.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment as well. It's getting late, so I'll make it very brief. This was an enormous body of work that staff undertook, and the time, the details, the attention to detail, every piece of it was fascinating to go through and meet with you and see how you planned everything out with the citizens and with council. So I really appreciate this, and as to what Councillor Schneider said, I think that our core is in good hands, our city's in good hands with this group. Thanks so much.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to echo the comments already made by my colleagues. It's a huge body of work. We're doing exactly what we should be doing in terms of growing along the multi-use transit corridor. You have listened to the community, you've engaged the community, you have been innovative about how you did that, and that's exactly what Kitchener does, as Councillor Schneider said as well. So thank you for all your work that you've done on this. It's pretty incredible, and I am very honored to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll echo what everybody else has said so far. Thank you very much. I was thinking about it today. You folks in planning and upper leadership make us look good. And so thank you very much for doing that. You make our job, at least from my end, a lot easier, because this is like reading Spanish to me. So thank you very much. I think, I look forward 20 years from here when I'm still on council. to see what the city looks like, and I think it's going to be a fantastic place for people to grow. So thank you very much for all your work.
Other comments? Going once, going twice. Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. I would echo my colleagues' comments. I'm really looking at this. Well, actually, Ms. Goss actually, I think, hit the nail on the head at the beginning in her opening comments, wanting to be careful between addressing the supply crisis and not replacing it with the livability crisis, and that's been bouncing around the back of my mind since we've started to deal with this. I very much look at the two amendments I brought forward as minor, and I hope staff sees it that way, because I do truly appreciate the work that they've done here to try to address the very concerning housing supply crisis that we're dealing with. They definitely have done their best and tried to balance that with livability. The only reason I'm tweaking it a bit is, frankly, because I am deeply, deeply concerned. I'm following the data in terms of where this is going in terms of the housing supply, and the next 3, 4, 5 years are going to be much darker, from what I'm reading, than where we are now. So when I look back 3 or 4 years from now, I want to be able to say that I pushed, just a tiny little bit, just a minor little bit, to try and address the crisis that we're in. And the other part I want to be careful of too is that I am 100% moving this in tandem with inclusionary zoning piece that we're dealing with next. I really want to support that piece, and I actually see even this amendment that I made, if the sky falls and things are getting built left, right, and center, what that really allows us to do is turn up that needle for the inclusionary zoning a little bit sooner, which helps everyone. So yeah, those are my comments, and I would ask for your support, and thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Member Banovic. I just want to, I think you can't understate the amount of work that's been done on this. It's a tremendous body of work, and I've been here for some time, and in the past, I think some of the things that we've, didn't foresee housing crisis. Affordable housing crisis, and in the past, I was always wanting to push for more, and my biggest concern with this in general is I don't know if it's going to be enough, and I understand that the models and all that is projected, and it does offer quite a bit. But again, my concern is how this was marketed in general from the city with the LRT over the years, and the 800 meters from a transit station. This kind of changes it a little bit. It doesn't tell that exact story of what we were selling to the community, in my mind, with economic development. But I mean, I can understand the rationale of some of the aspects that staff have put forward. That's why I'm looking forward to the house cleaning update, because I really want to see where this is going. And in addition, with Councillor Davies' motions or amendment, I think I can be. I think I'm comfortable right now. I'm a little bit reluctant, but I'm granted it's a lot of work here, and it is significant in density, but I still feel like it's not enough, and I just don't want to keep going back and forth and say we didn't do enough, and then and we wear it. So,
thank you, Councillor Stretch.
Yes, I just wanted to also congratulate you on this work that you've presented to us. I think this is a bold step. It's a bold step for Kitchener as we watch the rest of the region look to us to see what happens next. I applaud the boldness, and I also know that leadership is lonely, and it can feel risky making these decisions, but I think it has been balanced, and I would like to echo Mr. Davian, Councillor Ioannidis, that I think we can be more bold in the future. And I'm looking forward to seeing movement and policy and zoning and all of these things fit together to have a more dynamic solution and a more creative solution as we keep learning how to be leaders and how to be bold in solving this problem. Thank you.
Any other comments before I make my own? Councillor Chapman, you said you had comments on everything. Don't. Go ahead.
I mean, I can say yes, it's a great piece of work. My comments that I wanted to make were around the actual amendment items.
So go ahead. You're making comments on everything right now.
Okay. Well then, if you could pull it back up. So I won't speak to one or two. And I guess with item number 3, what I wanted to point out, and I don't know if staff can put this up on the overhead projector. Is that possible? So here's an example of an established neighborhood which actually has in it a cultural heritage landscape section in it on Groon Street. And if you look at the map, thank you. You can see that this SGA 1 neighborhood is pretty well landlocked, surrounded by SGA 4s and 3s and 2 schools, KCI and King Edward School. And that's where really my comment about changing that back-to-back SGA 1 with an SGA 4 should be reconsidered. You know, I can't imagine living on Groon Street or Park Street or Agnes Street with that scenario. I mean, we may as well zone the whole thing SGA 4 because it really does landlock that whole neighborhood in a pretty aggressive way. So that's my my main point with item number 3. I say SGA 2, maybe it could be 3, but I think from a 1 to a 4 is very extreme. Item number 4, thank you for putting that up. In my item number 4, the ACO has been very vocal about this and very concerned about removing or upzoning properties within the Heritage District. And, that's the work that they do. And as a member of Heritage Kitchener, I think there's virtue in preserving these areas in a way that they were meant to be in the first place. Once you start removing one property and rezoning it, then you do another property, and before you know it, you have no heritage district. In fact, a resident said, who actually lives in the heritage district, well, let's just get rid of it, right? If that's the direction we're headed in. And I'm not saying that those aren't my words, but I just think, there's a reason for heritage districts. If we want to get rid of them, then let's get rid of them. But if we're going to continue with what we're doing, the Heritage Kitchener Committee puts in a lot of thought and a lot of work to look at each property as it's brought forward, and it's there for a reason. So I support the ACO, what's it called? The Architectural Conservatory of Ontario, and their concerns around what we're doing in the Heritage District. The next item, which was number 5, I already spoke to that. And I mean, I'd be happy to amend that to say remove upzoning from all City of Kitchener properties in the PMTSA areas with the exclusion of the Bram Yards, because I realize that's part of the Kitchener 2.0. I don't think any of the other properties that are Kitchener-owned in these PMTSA areas are part of that project. So if you'd like to just exclude that, the Bram yards from that.
So, Councillor Chapman, just for staff to clarify,
Yeah.
we haven't determined what lands are part of it, but I think all of our lands in the downtown are potentially part, like all of our parking lot type lands and so on, are in the mix to be considered. Is that correct, Mr. Reedman? I see a nod. So, anyway, with that, back to you, Councillor Chapman.
Okay, that's fine. Where am I?
You were on number 5.
Okay, well, that was that one. The next one, zone the following properties to reflect the current built forms found on the properties as they are up for heritage designation. You know, we see this happen all the time. When a heritage property is there, one of the most recent ones was, you know, we'll build around the heritage house, or we do facadism, or we do these things, these changes to heritage properties. And it's like right now, Heritage Kitchener is going through this whole project of bringing about heritage designation to properties that are currently listed. And these are just 4 properties that we looked at last month at the Heritage Committee meeting that are up for designation. I can't say they're designated yet because there's a time period between when we recommend designation and when they actually get designated. But, I mean, why wouldn't we change the zoning for these properties to reflect what's actually built on those properties right now, rather than, you know, give it a different designation. So as I said, they're all up for, if I'm not mistaken, well, much higher zones than are being proposed here, like SGA 4 for the peer group building, which is a beautiful building and is being preserved. Like not all heritage buildings have the inside and the outside. And so give it its proper designation. It's an SGA 2 building. Let's keep it that. Let's call it that. The 60 Victoria Street, Rumpelfeld, again, it's a 3-story building. An SGA 1 is the actual built form of that building, and we've got it designated to be an SGA 4. The St. Mark's Place, just a week ago, and you know, some of us were at this event where we inaugurated these affordable housing units at St. Mark's Church. And it's, again, an amazing facility, and the work that they've put into preserving that building is just phenomenal. They could have destroyed the inside, and they didn't. They kept it in a way that was really quite impressive. And the exterior as well. And again, it's a 3-story building, which would be designated SGA 1, and we've got it down to be designated as SGA 3. 33 Eby Street, which is a single dwelling home, should be SGA 1, again, a heritage up for designation, and we're proposing it be SGA 3. So I'm just puzzled by why we would not respect the work that's being done. It's like the two sides aren't talking to each other. And it just makes sense to me to change the designations to reflect what's actually built on the properties right now, because they are up for heritage designation. The other point to do with the non-PMTSA properties and the commercial uses, well, we heard it from some residents today about the commercial uses, as I said, it doesn't change the intensification in the major transit station areas. So why not leave that piece to be looked at in more detail? Because I know there was a change to the bank facilities, and there could have been other changes that I'm not recalling. But to look at those categories more closely to decide what types of businesses we want in residential areas. And I think people agree that let's open the door. but let's be careful on what that looks like.
Councillor Chapman, if you can start wrapping up, I've given you some extra time.
Okay, so if people aren't happy with removing those non-PMTSA properties, I'd like to propose that the last number 8 item, which is really, I mean, it's not changing anything that's already there, but we've got an affordable housing crisis. And what I'm proposing here is that we just protect those affordable housing units. We've seen what happened, what's happening right now on Benton Street with the townhouses, and which, you know, were affordable housing units, and now they're potentially up for demolition. So in order to protect some of these other affordable housing units, which are townhouse complexes or 3-story buildings, or I guess that's what they all are, let's zone it that way now. And I know it's outside of the PMSTA areas, and all the more reason to correct it now that we have the opportunity to do that. So those are my comments.
Okay. Any other comments before I make mine? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay, if not, I'll just make my own comments then. First of all, I want to begin by again thanking staff for the literally thousands and thousands of hours of work that have gone into these projects, this and the report that we're going to be dealing with shortly over the last few years. And in the case, quite frankly, of growing together, the work that's been done in iterations over the past 10 years that helped us actually get through this process in a little more than a year going forward. I also want to thank literally the hundreds and hundreds of people who participated in the process, average citizens, owners, developers, and so on, who all had the opportunity to participate, engage, and have provided meaningful input that helped shape the end result that's before us. I think we all recognize, and has been pointed out by several of you, that this truly is an innovative, first-of-its-kind planning framework that's bold, that creates complete communities, and will meet the housing needs of our community for many generations going forward. It is a plan that will allow for housing in all shapes and sizes without additional process. It will enable more housing with fewer restrictions than any other known zoning bylaw that we've had or across Canada. It's a plan that will enable millions of potential building forms, including all housing types, and one that adds flexibility, enabling multiple pathways to different kinds of development. And so let me be clear on this. No other city in Canada will have a bylaw, if this is passed, that achieves all of the following: no maximum densities, a zone without a maximum height limit or a density maximum, no parking minimums in any zone, permissions for a complete range of housing types, including the missing middle, permissions for a complete mix of uses in all neighborhoods, built form regulations that accommodate all standard building typologies, formats, and tenures, inclusionary zoning, which we'll be dealing with, requiring affordable housing as part of new development. And it also is something that ultimately will, as has been noted, allow for the construction at the 50% mark of more than 100,000 new homes that will enable at least 20,000 new homes in missing middle, low-rise, and mid-rise forms. And if the inclusionary zoning component is passed as well, will include approximately 4,500 affordable units going forward. In saying that, I think one of the other things that's important to remember is that as we were looking at doing this, we were looking at something that is the most flexible and the most permissive, but is also done in a measured way that can be acknowledged and supported by the community, and that's what the work has done, and not create something that will create the Wild West from a planning point of view going forward. I think that's critical because, as has been pointed out, this isn't the final piece of work that we're going to be doing. There's additional work that needs to be done on the MTSAs, there's additional work that needs to be done on the official plan, and so taking a responsible and measured approach is absolutely key. From my perspective, I will say that I have looked at this from the lens of not that we're making a decision that is going to impact the next 10 or 20 years. And there's no question that the current housing crisis is something that we need to look at. But as someone who does not have the benefit of having kids or grandkids, I will say that everyone else around this horseshoe and most of the people who have worked on this all do. And the decisions that we're making tonight are not 10 or 20-year decisions, but they're 50, 75, 100-year decisions that are going to shape our community. And so the lens that I've looked at this through and I've thought about all night is, as your kids and grandkids and great-grandkids look at this down the road, are they going to say, wow, I'm really impressed with the decisions that were made, and I'm proud of the community that we have become as a result of that. And so what I think is important, and I think staff have really tried here, is to push the envelope as much as is reasonable and provide opportunities for both considering site-specific things and not making too many changes that we then can't reverse afterwards without potentially putting ourselves in a legal bind. And we've heard that that is a reality that we will deal with. And so as a result of that, I will say, well, I obviously am going to support the report that's before us. I'm not going to be able to support the majority of the amendments that are in front of us this evening. And I'll say that, you know, and I respect them all. I understand why they're being made, but I also think it's important, particularly the ones that are going to create greater permissions, that we don't run the risk of creating permissions that we're then going to potentially regret and can't easily reverse. I think the amendment that Councillor Ioannidis has brought forward to see us, you know, look at any issues that are going to need an update in essentially what will be, you know, 2 years or less time. I think that gives me the kind of comfort that if we haven't quite hit some of this right, that'll be our opportunity to deal with it. And so I will certainly support that amendment. I will, you know, I mean, personally, I'm not a fan of the lesser separations between towers. On the height, I just worry that if we add it, then 28, you know, the minor variance request becomes 29 or 30, as opposed to 26 or 27. And so I just don't want to, you know, bite off more than we can chew, quite frankly. I'm not, you know, I don't support, you know, the amendments that Councillor Chapman has brought forward. I understand, you know, Councillor Schneider, I mean, that particular property is a difficult one, but I also recognize that all of the buildings around it that are towers are all 25 stories or less right now. And so, you know, couldn't they, as staff has said, potentially create something that should go back to 30 or 35 in the future? Maybe, but let's allow that site-specific piece to play out. And on Linden, and I will say this isn't just true of Linden, but any other ones, from my perspective in the future, that are not-for-profit pieces that we may need to consider, I would say that they should be considered through site-specific, city-initiated zone changes in the future, or where we waive the fees. Because they are for that type of project that is obviously going to benefit in terms of deeply affordable housing. And I just feel that without any formal request from Kitchener Housing or in that particular instance, I don't think we should be making a change without making that request, but I would certainly support waiving of fees, or, as I said, a city-initiated zone change going forward. And finally, I'll just once again just really reiterate my thanks to everyone, including this council, who I think has put in a lot of hours, going over the reports, giving this a lot of, deep thought, talking to people, and trying to come up with a document that ultimately we can be proud of going forward. This city has led for many years in terms of our approach on planning, and I think this will be another example of that going forward. So I will start going through the amendments, and we will start with Councillor Davies' amendments. Sure. Yep. Sorry? He's asked for a recorded vote on everything. Okay, so we're dealing with these two amendments first. Together, they haven't asked to separate them. You can separate if you'd like. You just asked me to separate them. Does somebody want them separated? Okay, we'll deal them separately. So we'll deal with vote for amendment number 1 first. And that amendment carries. Amendment 2, or 1 sub 2. And that fails on a tie vote. So now we'll go to the Linden Avenue motion. We're not supposed to. And that carries. Next are Councillor Chapman's amendments. I'll deal with them as a group unless somebody asks for them to be separated or any particular ones to be dealt with separately. Okay. Just asking for all of them to be dealt with separately. Yes. Sorry, just want to be clear. None of the amendments that we're talking about deals with any of Councillor Michaud's conflicts, correct? No, just... No, I don't think so far. Actually, one does, so we're going to have to go back and redo that vote. No. The first vote, SGA 3, going from 25 to 28 stories. I believe the one that is the YW property is one of those impacted ones. No, I'm asking staff. The YW property on Frederick is an SGA 3, correct? Okay, we're going to go back to deal with. Sorry. Okay, I'll come back to that. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Davey.
Point of order in that, so are we revoting on that specific property only? Because it was...
Yes, I'll just deal with that property specifically. Okay. I'm just going to deal with that property. Well, actually, maybe I can get some direction from planning staff. Can I deal with that property specifically, or... I don't.
And I don't mean to be a stickler, but that essentially flips the vote entirely for the entire city based on one property.
Well, hold on, but that's...
No, I'm just saying, like, that's why I'm, like, if it was not a close vote, I would be making a point of it. The first one that passed.
So wait, I need to get direction from planning staff in terms of that property. And the ruling is? Yes, go ahead. Oh, hold on, I got to turn you on.
So through the mayor, we think there's the potential to vote on that clause twice. One, as it applies to the SGA 3 zone, save and except for the property that there's been a conflict declared, and then vote again on the SGA 3 zone as it applies to that property.
Okay. And sorry, the second property address, Councillor Michaud, that you raised, 79 to 83 Weber, what, do I need to factor that one into any of this? No, I'm asking staff.
So through the mayor, it's my understanding that those properties are not currently within the Growing Together amendments because they are still proceeding through site-specific applications and they still require regional approval of their official plan amendment.
Well, you declared it, so, okay, so I don't need to worry about it in terms of anything else today?
No, and apologies for that.
No worries. So, okay, so that's fine. So let's go back to dealing with vote number 1, the YW property, and we'll deal with it as 2 separate votes, as has been suggested. Everything except the YW property, and then we'll deal with the YW property. No, but we have to deal with it because there's a conflict, and so I need to go back and deal with it as 2 separate votes because of the. So is everyone comfortable that the vote that's taken place is for everything but the YW property, and I'm not going to revisit that one. Okay, that's fine. So we will now deal with the YW property, and there is a conflict on that one. So we'll do that vote. So 1B. I know it's one of... So we're dealing with 25 to 80, 25, not to 80, to 28 stories, and only as it relates to the YW property on Frederick Street, so that Councillor Michaud can not vote because of her conflict. We're just dealing with YW property. So the YW property carries with the change from 25 to 28 stories. Okay. So I'm going back now to Councillor Chapman's amendments. Do any of these amendments impact the YW property? Planning staff. Let's go back to that list when clerks can. Do any of these impact the YW, just as before I continue voting? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, no, none of these
Okay.
clauses apply.
So then we'll continue through the list, no issues with conflicts, and I think we were at number 2. So we will do a recorded vote on number 2 about patio decks and outdoor recreation. And that amendment fails. We'll now deal with Amendment 3. SGA 4 to SGA, anything that's SGA 4-1 will become SGA 4 to 2. And that amendment fails. We'll go to the next one, which is number 4. SGA 2 and 3 within heritage districts, we place them with SGA 1. Ayo? Okay. And that fails. We'll move on to upzoning of City of Kitchener, except for Brom Street. And that, except for Brom Street, should be added in the final version, Madam Clerk. And that motion doesn't carry. And then we'll go to number 6. And that amendment doesn't carry. Next is number 7. And then if 7 doesn't pass, then we'll deal with number 8. If 7 passes, then we won't deal with number 8. And that amendment doesn't carry. We'll deal with number 8 then. And that amendment doesn't carry. We'll now move on then to Councillor Schneider's amendment. And that amendment carries. And then we'll go to Councillor Ioannidis' amendment. It's about 2 years. And that carries unanimously. So I will now deal with the main motion as amended just for the YW property. Okay, so now we've gone through all of the amendments. The ones that have carried need to become part of the main motion as amended. So we're dealing with your main motion with the amendments that have passed. And so if you vote yes for that, you're voting yes for the whole report plus the amendments that have been dealt with individually. Because we're omitting the YW property, Councillor Michaud will declare a conflict. Okay? Recorded vote. Yep, for everything but the YW property as amended. No, you got a conflict on that one. That's carried unanimously, and now we will deal with the whole report as amended for the rest of the city. Yeah. We'll take the small victories as we go along. And that too is carried unanimously. Well, normally we don't allow it, but I think for all the work that went through this, well done everyone, good job, and yeah, congrats staff and congrats council. I think we've got something we can be proud of.
Through Mr. Mayor, I do apologize. The address is on Queen Street before we get going. Just a clerical error. It should not have been Queen Street South. It should be noted as Queen Street North. So staff will make that adjustment.
Okay, that will be done. So now, folks, do we need a bio break or can we keep barreling along? Keep barreling along? Okay, Madam Clerk, I need you to remind me what I need to do to go past midnight. Sorry. Just another motion? I don't have to change the procedural bylaw, or am I going back? Okay, so I first have to suspend the rules and then I need to do a motion to go another hour. And those require Those are both unanimous? Okay. Okay, so I need first a motion to suspend the rules. Councillor Schneider, Councillor Davey, all those in favor? Opposed? That's unanimous. And then a motion to go till 1 a.m. moved by Councillor Johnson, Councillor Ioannidis. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously as well. Because we're at midnight and we go an hour at a time. We have to do it every hour. That's the rule. Yeah, I'll have a Diet Coke, please. Thanks.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. It is 11. It's supposed to be Queen Street South, so I had a mistake.
Okay.
North. We got you.
Okay, good. Perfect. So we will now... Actually, you know what? I'm going to take a jump before we go into conclusionary zoning because our delegation on the heritage has been very patiently waiting, and I want to let our poor delegation go home because we're going to be here for a little while. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for flagging that. So we have Mr. Stickles' delegation. The recommendation that's before us is that we consider the notice of objection, but not withdraw the intention to designate. If somebody moves that, council can also move an alternate motion if they wish. Councillor Johnson. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to move that motion.
You want to move that motion? Okay. Is there a... So we are now dealing with the objection to the notice of intention to designate. So Councillor Johnson's motion would in fact proceed with the designation.
No,
that's not what you want to do. Okay.
Okay, sorry. No.
That's fine. So what you want to do is acknowledge the concerns of the delegation and not proceed with the designation.
That is correct.
So that's moved by Councillor Johnson. Is there a seconder? Councillor Davey. Thank you. Not proceed with the designation. Thank you. Is there any comments? We have some comments. Councillor Schneider.
First of all, Mr. Stickle, thank you so much for coming in and hanging in. Really appreciate that. And I do want to thank you for purchasing this property and taking such good care of it. We need people like you that to see the beauty of a home like this and keep it in great shape. And I know you'll keep it looking good. And I certainly feel sympathy for some of the restrictions that you would have to do to follow those regulations. So I'll be supporting not designating it.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I have a question for staff.
Go ahead.
If you could give us an overview of the heritage attributes of this property and why it was recommended to be designated.
Go ahead.
Through you, the Mayor, this property is recommended for designation as it's believed to meet design and physical, historical, associative, and contextual value. It's believed to meet 4 out of the 9 criteria for designation under the Ontario Regulation 906, which is the regulation that lays out the criteria to be met in order for a property to meet designation. Specifically, this is a representative example of a particular architectural style, the Queen Anne architectural style. The property also has associative value due to the original owner of the home, Albert Ruby, who was a prominent businessman within the community due to his direct ties to the Krug Furniture Company, and he did contribute to the economic development of the city. Finally, the contextual value relates to the maintenance and supporting the character of the surrounding area that the home is located in. And in terms of the heritage attributes that are identified for designation, they include the building massing, the rock face stone foundation, the roofing, the detailed design elements along the roof, window openings, and the main entrance door opening, as well as the massing of the veranda.
And am I correct in saying that this is part of the whole review of the listed properties? Yeah. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic, and I too want to say thanks to the delegate for his patience, and he did really articulate it very well, the challenges with this designation, so it's not a loss on us.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make a comment. I really do want to thank the delegate of coming forward and absolutely articulating the increased pressure that it places on the property owner by the decisions of this council, and when suggestions are made from this, from our staff. These things have consequences, and although, of course, we have a heritage bylaw and we are bound by certain legislation that requires us to identify properties of heritage characteristics, I think the way you said it, of a person of a business background, just because he slept there, I don't think it makes it more of a heritage. I don't know how many more places perhaps he frequented. Does it make those places heritage as well? I think we have to be sensitive to the pressures by the property owner in the end. I've always said this. I'm very supportive of preserving of our heritage, but I'm also very supportive of owning up for the responsibility by this council, by this city, when we place that pressure on the property owner as well. And 3,000 is not enough. So I'd be absolutely not supporting the designation. Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, I too just want to thank you for coming in this evening and for making a presentation. I do think one of the things we need to consider, particularly any time we're dealing with a residential application, which is different than a business one, because a business has the ability to to write expenses off and so on and so forth. It's not a residential home. I think in those circumstances, we do need to give strong consideration to the input that we're getting from the resident going forward. So with that, sorry, Councillor Michaud, you wanted to make a comment?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Yes, I do, and I'm, sitting on the Heritage Committee. This is probably the most frustrating piece that I go through when this happens, because I certainly do feel for the homeowner. And you bought a home with good intentions of looking after a home. There's plenty of heritage homes across this city that have been just left for nothing, and nobody has to. Nobody. It doesn't matter. Like they could just tear them down. But this is a person who has a home and wants to look after it, but obviously can't maintain it as a heritage home, and the value of that would make a difference. So this is really frustrating for myself, and I just wish that we could change this somehow, or offer these homeowners like yourself more support, financial supports, if that's the route they wanted to take. But it's a very difficult position to be in as a part of a Heritage Committee.
Okay, thank you. So those in favor of taking no action? Those opposed? The motion carries. So we're not designating your property. Thank you very much for coming in, sir. Okay, we'll now move on to inclusionary zoning, part 2 of the meeting from earlier today. Any questions of staff first? Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple. First, I wanted to actually getting a chance to confirm with staff. There's the one delegation for the property at the corner of Park and Victoria that we had an agreement with before. Is their delegation accurate in that we had an agreement with them that would now change after the fact as a result of our inclusionary zoning decision today?
Staff 4.
Through the mayor, broadly, yes, all those details are accurate.
Okay.
Which, sorry?
Broadly, yes.
Okay.
Have any other developers or property owners brought forward this concern that we're aware of?
Through the mayor, not to date, no.
Okay, so what is our mechanism then? Because I tend to agree, well, I wouldn't want them to have it in perpetuity. We want them to build as quickly as possible. I also think we have to honor our agreement with them. So what would staff's recommendation be to perhaps give them 4 or 5 years before the new rules would set in?
So through the mayor, a few things to consider here. One is that staffs didn't recommend the approach that council approved last June of exchanging height and density for affordable housing provisions, primarily because there weren't the planning tools in place to implement and secure those. That's changing now through inclusionary zoning. Secondly, staff have pretty serious reservations about entertaining site-specific requests for inclusionary zoning. We're not well positioned as staff to get into a battle of the pro forma on each and every development application to entertain site-specific zoning or site-specific inclusionary zoning rates. It was the advice of our consultants to really set that broad policy parameter that's right-sized according to the various market areas, but not try and get into the details of the pro forma of every application. Another piece of the consideration here is that the affordable rents under inclusionary zoning are very well defined. They're the lesser of average market rent or rent that's affordable to the 60th income percentile renter household. The delegation has suggested a market-only metric that is based on a different data set that's to be determined and negotiated. We don't have any clarity exactly what that looks like to date, so it's going to be hard for us to recommend that without clarity on what the rents look like.
Okay, respectfully, Mr. Donaghy, staff did not make the commitment, the deal. This council did, not me, this entity that is this council. And it's very important for me that council honors its word. So my question is, how can we deal with it?
Through the mayor, the delegate has prepared a draft zoning bylaw amendment for your consideration that would implement his request. It would need a few tweaks, but it's close. I would like to have further consideration and discussion with the applicant, especially around the definition of that, of the affordable rents, and really try to understand what the council commitments were at the time and land on those data sources with some clarity before that we're all baked into a zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay, so would the recommendation then be, because I think we all want to deal with this thing, get it behind us, to defer the specific property? Is that something that we can do? Then staff can work on the bylaw, and then we can deal with it later?
Through the chair, yes, that would be fine.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to recommend that. And my only other question in terms of the entire IZ, which I missed from, or perhaps don't remember from the report, is in terms of the implementation, and I'm happy with staff's changes, but in terms of the implementation, where are we in terms of the rest of the province in approving? Because one of my concerns is that if we approve it ahead of the rest of the province and then no other municipalities do it, that's a huge competitive disadvantage, I would say, for Kitchener. So I want to make sure that we're lockstep.
Through the mayor, there are many municipalities that are working on it. Toronto has approved inclusionary zoning. That's not in force yet. It's in abeyance until the province approves their PMTSA amendments, so the ones that you just approved 10 minutes ago. The other one that's in full force and effect, as I understand, is in Mississauga.
Okay, very good. At the appropriate time, Mr. Mayor, I'm prepared to move this with the noted deferral.
Okay, I will come back to you. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I'm still confused about the what affordable means here. So we talk about the 60th percentile, yet the province has yet to give us that range or where that lands. So we're passing something without really knowing what affordable is, whereas I understand that the province considers affordable to be 80% of market value. So is that basically what we're working with here?
Through the mayor, no, that's not the case. What we're recommending is the long-standing definition of affordable from the PPS Regional Official Plan and City Official Plan. So that's the lesser of, in the case of rental housing, 100% of CMHC's AMR, average market rent. So that's like that sort of $1,200 for a one-bedroom kind of price point, or 30% of the income for the 80th income decile. So the province for at least a decade.
The 80th or the 60th?
Sorry, 60th.
Okay.
Percentile. So the province for the better part of a decade has released data tables that outline all those parameters every year for every region and upper tier municipality in the province. We hope that will continue to be the case under the new proposed bulletin approach that was adopted, I think, in Bill 134. We don't see a reason why not. If it does adjust, then we'll need to make adjustments.
And is there any potential conflict with the province if we don't go with the 80% of market value?
Through the mayor, the province has changed their tack on the 80% of market value question more recently.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's nobody else in the queue, so Councillor Davey, you're moving the motion with the amendment?
Right, I just actually need to check with staff on when they would like the deferral to be to. Is there a special council meeting next week?
We can have a special council meeting next Monday. Does that give staff enough time?
I think so.
Okay, to that date then.
Okay, is there a seconder for the amendment? Well, actually, no, it's not an amendment. Is there a seconder for the motion with the Councillor Stretch? Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Are we making comments?
We will now start comments, so you're the first one in the queue. Go ahead.
Okay. And my initial reaction to this is, it was something that I was hoping that could be done something throughout the whole city without knowing the full parameters and consequences. And, a lot of my concern was that I heard from a lot of passionate people. But what I didn't hear was the realities of what is out there and the math of all of this and how difficult and challenging it is. I mean, I think we can all agree we all have issues, but this is definitely not the panacea of affordable housing that we kind of heard from our delegates, that this is going to be a be all and all to save affordable housing. That's not the case. In fact, I think it's a rather lackluster tool that dances around the fringes of affordable housing. I heard a lot of anecdotal evidence that suggests that it works in the States and everything else, but from everything I've read, it hasn't worked in Vancouver and it hasn't worked in Montreal. So I'm not sure they're the exact same circumstances, because I didn't really get too in depth with them. But I mean, I do appreciate that the slow approach that's being proposed, the grace period. But I will be looking at this at every opportunity as a review, because I'm still not convinced that this is going to do much, if anything. But anyways, I'll support it today as recommended. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor O'Dooney.
Thank you very much, Mayor Barry. I'm going to be impressed with myself if I don't slur my words at this point because of the time of the night. But I do want to say a big thank you to staff for the work that has been put into inclusionary zoning. You've really given us a lot to work with. Thank you for the work that has been put in. I also want to say thank you to the developers. I know this is probably, as some individuals had mentioned earlier on, whether we're making a delegation, this is something that has been imposed on them. But we have a crisis in our hand. we have a huge problem in our hand, and this is a great opportunity for us to do something about it. So I feel this is a great opportunity to make a difference. This is an opportunity for all of us to step up. And I'm excited. I'm looking forward to the future and looking forward to the impact that this could make. This is not the silver bullet. I fully understand that, and I do agree with it, but I do believe that it's part of all the things that we can do to ensure that we provide housing for Kitchener residents. So thank you all very much. I will be supporting this, and really excited about this.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to staff for working on this with the other municipalities. I will also be supporting it. But I do want to say that I'm disappointed. But I realize that it is one of the only tools available to lower-tier municipalities to get some affordable housing. And I don't think anybody thinks that this is a silver bullet. I think it's one tool in the toolbox. I agree with some of the delegates that said we need to call on the province and the feds to get back into the business of building affordable housing. Like deeply affordable housing, and not so deep but affordable. But this is something that we can do to show that we actually care and that we can contribute to a tiny bit of improving the lives of some people. The number of homeless people in the region is on the increase. The number of people on the affordable housing waiting list is on the increase. As a city and even the region, a lot of concessions have been made for developers. So, we've upzoned properties, which makes it easier to accommodate affordable units. The removal of the 15% HST off purpose-built rentals, reduced parking being one of the most expensive parts of any new development, especially if it's underground. We waive development charges in certain cases and permit fees. So there are so many things that we've done to speed up the process and to accommodate developers. And really, I think this is a small thing that we can do. And developers can be creative. So in Amsterdam, they had introduced a policy that every new development had to have 40% affordable units, 40% market value, and 20% luxury. So the luxury units would offset the losses in the affordable side of the equation. Here they could have 2% be affordable, 96% market value, and 2% luxury. Make a couple really high-end penthouses. So there are ways to be creative. If there's a way to recover some of the money that that tiny little drop in the bucket that they feel they've lost. So I'm pleased to see this go forward. I don't think it goes far enough, but I think it's really important to get it on the books so that as the need changes, we can make the necessary changes along with that. So thank you again, staff, for this.
Thank you. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. Most has been said now. Thanks, Councillor Chapman, for that long comment. Inclusionary zoning alone won't solve the homeless problem. It really is a sad state that our region is in right now, and actually our province. And I do agree with Councillor, I think Chapman mentioned that the feds and the province, they do have to step up, and we do need more support for housing. We can't do this alone, but inclusionary zoning is something we can do, and I appreciate staff bringing this forward. And I think that it is a tool, and it is one tool in the toolbox. And if we have the ability to use it, and we can house a dozen families at some point, that's better than what we've been doing so far. So I'm really happy to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Brvanovic. Again, a huge thank you for staff. This is an enormous amount of good work. It took a lot of engagement with the development industry, with citizens, a lot of listening, a lot of planning to make this happen. I appreciate all the updates you gave us as councillors along the way. And again, I agree that, you know, this is just a very small tool in the affordable housing in bringing it forward. And I do want to remind our citizens and council and staff of the great work that we've already done. We have provided the land for the YW supportive housing development on Block Line Road. We have provided the land for a better tent city. We've made some things possible so One Roof could create their development. There's a lot going on. We have our land inventory coming up, and I know staff are working hard on finding ways to provide land for other affordable and supportive housing units to be built. So we are doing quite a lot, and I want to say that our developers are trying their best. It's really easy to say, oh, make the developers just take less profit. When they open their books, they have a lot of costs that they have to carry. It's not as simple as saying, oh, they just make less profit. It's not that simple. I have taken the time to meet with my MP, Mike Morris, and talking about affordable housing. And you know, we're caught up in, well, let's build affordable housing, but could we make housing affordable by having other levels of government provide rental supplements? So a person who's in need of affordable housing would take that 30% of their income, apply it to the rent, but there could be a supplemental benefit that tops up the rest of it. So for them, we're making housing affordable. So there's a lot of talk and discussion that needs to be done. This inclusionary zoning, I think, sends a message that we do want to do everything we can to try and provide as much affordable housing as possible. So again, staff, thank you for another incredible piece of work, and I look forward to supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and once again, thank you. I think I heard Mr. Chapman over there say you guys all get the day off tomorrow because it's super late, so way to be, Dan. Anyways, seriously, I understand some of the apprehension on behalf of the developers to the IZ, but more importantly, I understand the concern and the uncertainty that many in our community feel with regards to unaffordable and unattainable housing. You know, like some have said, it's not just a be-all, end-all. It's one piece of the puzzle to fix the problem. And developers, investors, and governments all have a role to play to fix this issue. Status quo isn't working. Investors and developers buy houses, properties, some in which people live, paying affordable rents and living costs. These individuals are more likely to include, these homes are more likely to include families and individuals on social assistance and newcomers coming to Canada, all needing help. To many and most, the needs of these individuals are never considered. Where will they go? Where will they live? Can they afford to pay higher rents? As a council, we are often forced to make a decision, agree with the developer, and try to negotiate better terms for the displaced residents, or deny the development and lose at the OLT and eliminate any potential benefits that may have come. Either way, there's only one winner, and it's certainly not the tenants, nor is it the city. So now we have the tool to be creative, and our residents, I believe, demand of us to come up with solutions to help our most vulnerable. All I heard from that meeting in January was no, it won't work, we won't make money, it'll slow builds. How many approvals have we given in the last number of months, and how many shelters are in the actual ground? Very few. What I also heard that night, and a little bit tonight, is an IZ, if it's passed, and the rest of society is left to pick up the tab. But I believe this is what our country is built upon. a collective helping those who need it the most. Some pay more taxes, some pay less taxes, but at the end of the day, everyone has equal access to programs, services, and health care. Housing should be no different. It needs to be considered a right and not a privilege. I can't and I won't adhere to a thought that we are only concerned with oneself and no one else. That's an American philosophy, but unfortunately it's creeping more and more into our fabric here. It is a fact that providing people with housing, shelter, a place to call home reduces the overall financial burden to the rest of society. Lower health care costs, for example. That's the largest budgetary item for all top 2 governments, and it can and it will be reduced, therefore allowing money to be allocated in other areas of the health care system or education, roads, infrastructure. Lastly, I'm not anti-development, nor am I anti-developer. Rather, I'm anti-status quo. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results is the very definition of insanity. So I have no problem supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Deneau, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to start by thanking staff. What a huge body of work you have been doing with both inclusionary zoning and growing together, and I'm just pleased that that it looks like we're going to be passing both tonight or this morning, wherever we happen to be at this point in time. I also want to thank the delegates. You know, we've heard from so many community members over the last little while about inclusionary zoning. And what that really says to me is that this community really cares about affordable housing. They care about making things better than what they are right now and exploring innovative ideas to try and help our situation with affordable housing. And the thing that has really resonated with me is I guess the chorus of hope that's come out of that. Because a lot of people talked about hope, that we need to do something, and that they're looking at this as something that may not be perfect, because it's not going to be. Nothing is going to be, but that this is providing them hope that we might be able to work together on solving or helping to solve this issue. I've been doing a lot of reading about inclusionary zoning over the last little while. There's lots of opinions out there about how it might not work, but the majority of them say is that you've got to try it, and that we have a lot of hope that it will. So thank you to staff. Thank you for to my fellow council members, and it's an honor to vote on this tonight as well, and I will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I look forward to supporting this morning as well. I just wanted to, I
It sounds so wrong, but it's so right. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll try and be brief, but I definitely had some concerns coming into this, and I think the tweaks made, couple little tweaks to growing together, and also the tweaks the staff have made to inclusionary zoning to be responsive have given me a level of comfort. As it's been said several times, this is not going to solve any major crises. It does nothing to address the sole cause of the situation that we're in, and that is housing supply. There's some debate whether or not it leads to increased prices or whether it decreases pro forma, that sort of thing. And despite some comments I heard this evening, I looked into it quite closely, and there just isn't a whole lot of data out there to confirm either of those things yet, either way. But the reality is, the notion that developers can take less profit is kind of moot, because a lot of times these developments, before they even start, are based on the ability to borrow debt, right? So it might not matter whether the developer wants to take less profit or not. The banks don't care when you're lending them money. If they don't hit X percentage, the bank says no and the development doesn't proceed. So that was my concern in the beginning, that we have to make sure that we don't stunt supply. And the changes that staff have made to let us check in every year to check to see market conditions. Are we in an economic slump? Are things roaring like they were recently where we can ratchet back up? I think that sort of responsive nature gives me a whole lot of comfort, and I'm happy to support it, and thank you to staff.
Okay, any other comments? If not, I'll just briefly make my own. I too want to thank staff for this other significant body of work, one that, as has been noted, started several years ago. In fact, had its first meeting shortly after the pandemic commenced, and has been through a lot of community engagement and dialogue with folks from all sectors. And I think the message that clearly has been articulated throughout this process is that not one tool that we use to try to address the housing crisis is going to solve the issue on its own, just like no one order of government is going to solve it on its own, and not government on its own will solve it on its own, but it also needs private sector partners, not-for-profits, and others. And this is just another piece in the toolbox. I do think that the time that we had between when this first came to council or committee a few weeks ago to now has allowed for the adjustments that have been made, and those are important because, the reality is, who would have predicted, on February 1st of last year, for example, that we would have had February 1st of 2020, that we would have had a pandemic and the impact that it had on things. And so this regular check-in, as Councillor Davey and others have just commented, I think will help, and Councillor Ioannidis and others mentioned, will help us make sure that as this goes forward, we're watching the implementation closely, and we'll be able to respond and make adjustments if necessary. But the reality is, we need to take these kinds of steps if we're going to address the needs in our community for housing, and this is just one piece of that overall puzzle. So I too will be supporting it. So with that, I will just assume a recorded vote on this one. Yes, with the amendment, sorry. And that, I'll wait till the screen comes up. And that is carried unanimously with the noted conflict. Well done, staff. Well done, council. I think this is a very important night in terms of everything that we've been able to achieve. Okay, we'll now go back to Agenda 2. Oops. Council, there are a couple planning things that we should go through because we have Ms. Sinclair still here, patiently waiting. She hasn't deserted us. Thank you. So we should deal with Huron Road, and I believe you're also here. Sorry, Hidden Valley as well. Councillor Singh, do you want to bring? Hold on. The planning, the 7.2.G and 7.2.H forward. Sorry? You have actually questions of staff first. Okay, sorry. I'll come back to you, Councillor. Councillor Michaud?
Thank you. I have a question about staff regarding the postcards that were sent out for the 490 Huron Road. Citizens alluded to the fact that they didn't receive it. I could just a comment on that, as well as I think the one delegate said it was a Zoom meeting, one Zoom meeting they had, and there was 7 or 8 people that were on the Zoom meeting. And then if I could ask the I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Sorry. Ask you a question. Was there any engagement with your company and the citizens at all, other than that one Zoom meeting, or were you at the Zoom meeting?
Ms. Sinclair, if you're going to answer that question, you can come to the mic, please.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you can come to the mic, yeah.
My hearing aids died an hour ago, so I'm struggling now. So for the typical, when we submit an application, there's always obviously the public meeting at planning committee, but often there's the neighborhood meeting as well. So that was the neighborhood meeting that was held in December. There was about, I think, 12 or 14 people on that meeting. But that was held, and that was a joint meeting between the city and ourselves. So we were at that meeting as well as city staff.
Okay, and were the concerns addressed to some degree, or?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, they were all addressed in staff's report and when we came back to planning committee. So it was concerns about traffic, concerns about height, kind of, I guess, I don't want to say what we typically hear at a neighborhood meeting, but what we typically hear at a neighborhood meeting. So there was several questions answered during the meeting, and then I believe there was still a summary as well in the staff report that went to planning committee.
And was there any adjustments made with regards to the comments that some of the citizens made?
There wasn't. There were adjustments made after the very initial submissions. As I mentioned before, the initial submission had a number of drive-throughs and other commercial uses across closer to Huron Road. That was amended to have more of a residential and which had a decreased impact on traffic as well. You may recall the delegation from the adjacent church that spoke to the fact that the building shifted further away from the church property as a positive change. So those happened sort of through from when we initially submitted to what came to committee. But other than that, I don't believe there was any other changes.
Okay. And staff, how many cards are usually sent out? I don't know, Mr. If you could comment.
Sorry, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we circulate everyone within 240 meters. So that includes property owners as well as residents. The Planning Act requires 120 meters for property owners only. This is a very large parcel. It's also surrounded by very large parcels. So while I appreciate the delegation that presented today did acknowledge that they're in the same community, when I looked at that specific home, they were 485 meters away. So we did circulate 304 occupants and property owners. We received 20 responses, and we had 9 people attend, 9 different Zoom users. It's hard to know how many people are watching. So in terms of the circulation and the process, we followed our standard process that has been approved by council. This is a smaller circulation area just because of the size of the lots, and the people who are here this evening did not hear about it because they are more than 4 times the provincial distance that we would circulate and twice our distance.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks so much, and thanks for waiting so long tonight.
Councillor O'Dooney, do you have questions or comments? Sorry, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor. I was looking to move for us to defer this, for us to have an opportunity to have a conversation with people in that community, just to give them a chance. I don't want people to feel like we're trying to just sneak this through behind their back, so to speak. And I do understand where we are with things, and I do think it's important just to have a conversation and hear them out and see what accommodations can be made.
Okay, before we do that, we need to understand the impact on the application timing. Mr. Riedman?
Through the mayor, and so this would not be subject to a fee refund, but it could be appealed by the applicant at this point in time. So this was received before the Bill 109 timelines kicked in for it, so there'd be no fee refund, but it is appealable at any point in time now.
So, Councillor O'Dooney, what are you thinking if you wanted to appeal it? If you wanted to defer it,
right.
What time frame are you thinking? Well, I just want to hear what time frame he's thinking. I'll come to you.
I was thinking as soon as possible, if we can have some sort of meeting in the next 2 weeks, perhaps.
So, I guess I would just say that we have meeting next week, and then after that, when?
Oh, when next week come together?
Sorry, hold on. Okay, so we have a meeting next week, and then we have a meeting April the 8th. So you can think about that. Councillor, I'll come back to you. Councillor Singh, you had a question?
I had a question keyed in earlier for something else, but I think from the clarification sought from Mr. Reedman, apart from the timelines, I think it's important for us to also be notified, were there any changes made through the development process where the developer had initially come with a different proposal, and through the development process is the ultimate document that we're seeing before us as part of the zone change? Because the concern is, if they were to appeal, to my understanding, they can revert back to the original application.
Through Mr. Mayor, I can confirm the staff report does outline the summary of the residents' concerns. This site was revised upon after the original circulation in response to staff direction. So that included, as Ms. Sinclair noted, moving the buildings away from the low-rise residential neighborhood and making some on-site changes. In terms of an additional public engagement, we'd have to understand what the benefit would be. Planning staff have already made recommendation on this application, and it was supported at the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting last week. There would be resource implications for planning staff in order to facilitate an on-site meeting or an in-person meeting, and I would just caution Council that that could become the new expectation. You'll recall that when we brought the Bill 109 and Bill 23 timelines, we asked you to endorse a new engagement protocol, and what we committed to is that we would be able to do a digital neighborhood meeting for every single development application, and we have stayed true to that, and we have brought you every single application within the prescribed timeframes of 90 days for zoning bylaw amendments and 120 days for official plan amendments. We are one of the only municipalities in the province to be able to do that. I would just caution that we do meaningful engagement. We heard 10% of the people that receive a postcard participated. We dialogued with them. They watched the meeting. Unfortunately, what happened in this case is there was a late circulation of a mailer over the weekend and some activity on social media. And it does resonate with me that the community felt like they did not hear about it, but they're outside of our prescribed area and would not have received an application notice.
So again, I still have the floor. I had asked a question for clarification. Mr. Stevenson, I'm glad you were able to take the opportunity to caution us of everything else on top of my initial question. But again, for clarity, because there were some changes made from the initial application, so the applicant could revert back to the initial submission.
Through Mr. Mayor, they could change their application. So the zoning that's in front of council this evening talks about different building heights. They could go to something different, and we've seen appeals where the actual proposal was changed through the process. So I would caution you that if you defer and there is an appeal, it is outside of our hands.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Stretch, question or comment? Go ahead.
Was there also a newspaper article included in the communication plan?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we do 2 advertisements in the paper. So the first one when we receive an application, and second one when the statutory public meeting is scheduled. We also put billboard signs on the property that have directions to our story map page. All of the reports and studies that were submitted have been on our website since we received the application. Again, I would say, and I think it's important to note that about a 10% response rate is pretty typical. So this was not one that we did not, it wasn't unusual. It's about the same response rate that we hear on other development applications.
Maybe not in Ward 10. I'm seeing, 30 to 70 people at neighborhood meetings.
There's an exception to every rule.
Councillor Davey, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, 2. So first, if I could ask, have we ever, I can't remember a time in history when we've had a public meeting after we, had a staff recommendation and actually approved it at committee. Have we ever done that before?
Through Mr. Mayor, not that I can think of.
Okay. My other question, I definitely don't want to go into caucus, but if I can ask Ms. Hughes, I heard from Mr. Reedman there are no fee refund recommendations, but just a simple yes or no. Are there any other legal ramifications that we should be considering?
Go ahead.
Through the mayor, I think that Mr. Stevenson accurately captured some of the potential legal ramifications without giving any legal advice, which I encourage you to receive in caucus today. I think there are legal implications to this.
Okay, thank you. No, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Councillor Michaud, question? Councillor Schneider, question? Okay, Councillor O'Dooney, I said I would come back to you. Sorry? Well, are you looking to do a deferral or not? No? Okay. So we'll go to, Madam Clerk, did I get someone to move it already or not? Huh? Okay, thank you. Councillor Michaud, then, comments.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a really unique situation because to Garrett's comment that there isn't a lot of a residential area existing around this area. It's kind of out in the open. So the residents that were here tonight and that we've heard from, Councillor Idonia and myself, sorry, it's late. Yeah, and so the comments and the anger and the frustration is because of lack of communication, and it's no one's fault. It's just the way, it's just the nature of the beast. I mean, you're putting a fairly large development in an area that is pretty much undeveloped, right? And the residents are blocks away, to your point, a lot further. So this, to me, is a lesson learned here. I think, you know, communication maybe with the councillors and staff. If we miss something, maybe that has to happen, and maybe it's up to us to, you know, relay the message to the broader constituents that are closer to that area. Did not see it coming, and I'm, you know, I think the development itself is fine. I think it's in a good area. And to your point tonight, you know, we need more housing. 5,000 people coming to Kitchener. Where are they going to live? That was a very good comment you made. So, yeah, I'm not sure that a deferral would help at this point. I think that, you know, I think we just need to, you know, lesson learned, and hopefully this development will come and people will drive by it in 5 years from now or 10 years from now, and it'll just forget about it. It's just there. Thanks.
Yeah, pretty much what Councillor Michaud said. I think, you know, the situation here would be all about managing expectations. From hearing what some of the delegations said, you know, about fire, like, these are some of the most safest buildings you can live in with the fire suppression that's contained within the building and how they're constructed. You know, some of the other things that we can't control about a walk-in clinic, we can't control the number of doctors that choose to live here. So, I mean, to me, this is a great location. It's on two major arterial roads, right on a roundabout. So, anyway. Perhaps maybe in the future when they said they got some, you know, motion going on social media, maybe whatever, you know, neighborhood Facebook page that's on, I don't know if we as the city could post the poster on there and just turn comments off and let them know where they can go to get the information.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Schneider. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with what my colleagues have said here as well. I'm also wondering maybe Councillor Obadani can maybe post on that Facebook page and talk about some different things like the Waterloo Region District School Board. They are the ones that you know, look for land for schools and do that piece. And you know, the chambers and the Waterloo Economic Development Corp has active campaigns about looking for doctors, etc. Those are not things that we do. Maybe just helping with some of that information. It is too bad, and we do know that residents often don't become involved with the development applications until suddenly they become involved with them, and because they didn't realize about it before, etc. But yeah, maybe, you know, taking some time to do some of that is probably not the answer that you're hoping for, but it's probably the correct answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I think when it comes to development like this, we can encourage, you know, different groups to operate in silos. A neighborhood that's resistant because they're not used to seeing height that big, density that type, housing stock that's not familiar in that neighborhood, Or at the same time, I think the developer, where again, I appreciate they're doing this to make a profit, but at the end of the day, they are making a community, and the community overall is going to enrich the entire neighborhood. And then, of course, our staff, making sure that our policies are in place, but that doesn't mean that we have to be so rigid and strict to what the prescription of that policy is. We have to look at how the real world works and look for avenues to make sure that development proceeds. As Councillor Davey keeps beating us over the head, housing stock, housing stock, housing stock, we got to get these housing units built. And we have to be flexible, that we can't just build in the suburban areas now, low-rise homes. We've got to have a diversity of a housing stock, because not everyone in that area can afford a 2,000 square foot home. Some families can maybe only afford a 600 square foot apartment for rental. And that's unique to have a rental, where rental isn't that prevalent in the southwest area. So having this development this type is going to enrich. But what I would say, Councillor Awarduni, I think what you need to do is engage with the neighborhood, outline the overall benefits that will come from a development like this, and I look at the developer or the representative to see that when this proceeds, they got to engage with the community. You know, outside of the development process, it's beyond that. You know, they're going to be likely the continuing owner of that parcel. The way they connect with the neighbor association, the way they perhaps can support the neighbor association, I think overall changes the perspective of the community entirely. And I think that's the way we can approach this. And for that, I would be supportive.
Okay. There being no other comments, it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you for sticking with us, Ms. Sinclair. So that dealt with both Huron Road and, well, actually, we'll deal with Hidden Valley separately. So let's do that one next. Moved by Councillor Singh, seconded by Councillor Chapman. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? This is Hidden Valley Road. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. We'll now move into reports of the committees. Heritage Kitchener, moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Michaud. Any discussion? Sorry? Paul's got a conflict on which one? Okay, so I'll deal with 72 Victoria first. All those in favor? Actually, that one is moved by Councillor Chapman. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Davey, because he can't move it if he has a conflict. Sorry? Huh? Oh, right. Okay, so he didn't. Sorry. So all those in, so anyway, I'm dealing with 72 Victoria. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried with the noted conflict. The balance of the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to planning. Moved by Councillor Singh, seconded by Councillor Chapman. The balance of the report. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, the balance of the note, and yeah, that's it.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Just for the record, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman.
Yeah. Unfinished business, new business, mayoral business and updates. I know, but I'm not gonna. I can wax eloquently for 15 minutes if you really want me to. We'll move to the notice of motion. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, so I'll just read the therefore clause. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Kitchener call on the province to amend Section 2716 of the Ontario Heritage Act to extend the above-noted deadline for 5 years from January 1st, 2025 to January 1st, 2023, and that a copy of this resolution be circulated to da-da-da.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder? Moved, seconded by Councillor Michaud. Thank you. Any discussion? Yes. All those in favor?
Can I give it some context? Or?
Sorry?
Well, maybe I should give it some context.
Okay, go ahead.
So right now, the city has until January 1st of 2025 to actually designate or go through a list of 231 properties to determine whether they should be designated or not. So initially there were 231 properties, 22 have been done, 16 are undergoing a designation process, 15 have been reviewed but no action taken to this point, and 180 are left to review. There are other municipalities who are also asking the province for this extension of 5 years to ensure that there's time to go through all of these properties.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Councillor Michaud? Okay, I maybe just have one question of staff. I mean, this motion is lobbying the province. I mean, to be frank, I'm not, convinced that, they were very deliberate in their motion that we would likely get a 5-year extension. Has there been any discussion amongst staff about whether or not we should be looking at it? There are more properties that we think we need to deal with, whether or not any additional resources should go into this in order to meet that timeline. Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we currently have an extra heritage planner in addition to our 2 FTEs on contract to the end of this year to support this work program. We had a council-approved work plan that we brought to Heritage Kitchener in February of last year, where we identified that we would bring forward 80 priority properties for review of the roughly 218 that are on the register. This extension would give us an opportunity to look at those remaining 120 so properties, and also would allow us to continue with that work. So certainly we are going to keep moving along as if the expiry is at the end of this year. We are on track to be able to review the 80 most priority, but this added time would give us additional opportunity. Should the council or should the province give us that extension, I think that we'd have to have a resource allocation discussion, whether that's part of budget or outside of that, and we would know more whether or not we knew we had the extension.
Okay. Comments, Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. Yeah, this is to Mr. Stevenson's comment. It was a large body of work that the committee did, and it's a dedicated group of citizens that work to make sure this gets done. So I hope that my council colleagues will consider supporting this motion brought forward from Councillor Chapman, because we meet once a month. They go out, they identify heritage significant homes, they assess everything. There's a lot of work, and it would be a shame if we didn't continue this to do the best we could. And if it takes that many more years to do it, I think we'd look back on this, to the mayor's point, our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren could look back and see some of the homes that are still in Kitchener today that do have heritage significance, and we would have played a role in that. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any no further comments? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Moving on to questions and answers. Moving on to bylaws, first and second reading. Madam Clerk.
Through the chair, there are a number of bylaws listed on the agenda as late starters. I did just want to confirm that 11.2E 470 Francis is not going forward, and the bylaws related to growing together and inclusionary zoning are as amended, and there are conflicts on several of those bylaws.
Okay. So probably the easiest thing is, unless people really get excited about voting for bylaws, that we just declare we'll deal with all the bylaws that don't have conflicts, and then we'll deal with the group that do, and then you just don't vote on them. We don't need to separate them out. Okay, so all of the bylaws that don't have conflicts, moved by Councillor O'Dooney, seconded by Councillor Schneider. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All the bylaws that do have conflicts, moved by Councillor Deneau, seconded by Councillor Stretch. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried with the 2 noted conflicts. Okay, moving on to Committee of the Whole. A motion, council resolved itself into committee of the whole. Councillor Schneider, do you want to chair it, or do you want me to just keep zipping along? You ready to go? Yeah, go ahead. Okay,
There we go. Okay. Do we have a mover for the, oh, first of all, I need late starters for committee of the whole. I think there are. Okay. Nothing? Okay, good. A mover for the administrative reports listed on the committee of the whole agenda. We've already dealt with 70 Francis already. Can get a mover for the administrative reports.
I'll move 12.1.B and 12.1.C.
So, because we still have to do the ANOVA, is that?
Well, no, I've just moved B and C, and then, I mean, we'll have to do ANOVA next.
Okay. Right. Okay, so yes, everything we need to move has been moved. Any questions, comments? All in favor? Any opposed? That carries. All right, now for the administrative reports for the ANOVA. Okay, so we need to call for nominations for the ANOVA Power Court Board, being effective June 1st, 2024. So, do we have nominations?
Oh, sorry, yeah, in the queue. Councillor Davey.
Yeah, I'll move Councillor Johnson for Enova Power Corp.
Okay. Any other?
Councillor Michaud.
I'll move Councillor Schneider for Nova Power Corp.
Councillor Sick, did you queue in? Okay. Okay. Are there?
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, no, I just have a question. So the way I understood that this worked is that it went through sort of a cycle. So I don't know who's, like, do we have a list of who was on the board when and who's in line to be on the board next? Like, because it was always done very systematically, right? I mean, it's fine that we can nominate people, but do we have that information?
Councillor, well, I think in the report there was
The current.
who's there now.
Right.
I think if we go by, I mean, so far we've seen Councillor Johnson and Councillor Schneider moved, and I think Councillor Ioannidis would be the other one on a seniority basis. Okay, so that would be the other, if we maintain that.
But you're not
process.
answering my question. So right now we have Councillor Davey and Councillor Ioannidis, no, Singh,
No,
that
sorry,
are
Councillor.
they're on the board. Who was on it prior to them, and who was on it prior to that time? So that's how it was explained to me initially when I first got elected. That it went back and back, and that so that everybody had the opportunity to be on the board, right? Because there are reasons why one would want to be on the board. So I just wondered if we had that record that we could have a look at.
So it's not readily here today?
Okay.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I wanted to nominate Councillor Ioannidis.
Okay. Oh, sorry, you're chairing.
Okay,
Sorry, Councillor Schneider.
Okay, so is that all the nominations?
Who do we have?
There's no one else in the queue.
Okay.
Through the chair, just to be clear, so do we have 3 candidates being nominated for the Enova Power Corp? There's only 1 spot to be filled, so if there's 3 candidates, we will need to hand out the ballots to have a round of voting conducted.
There's 3 spots to be filled.
Is it 3 or 2?
No. Okay, so you're appointing Councillor Johnson onto Nova Power Corp. And then Councillor Ioannidis and Councillor Schneider onto. Okay. Sorry. Councillor Schneider. you-
Sorry, no, that, you step right in. That's
Okay, so
that's
so
absolutely
that's the
fine.
way it's being split up, because we appoint 3 in total. Any further nominations? There being none, can I have a motion to accept those 3? Moved by Councillor Deneau, seconded by Councillor Singh. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
All right. Dangerous dog designation.
We did that one.
We did? Okay. And then the committee member appointments for the Arts and Culture
And we did that
Advisory
one.
Committee. That's been done. That's great.
Move that the committee rise and report.
Sorry.
All in favor?
All in favor.
And, okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Schneider, seconded by Councillor Michaud. Hold on, I got to find the line.
That the proceedings and recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting of the committee of the whole held this date is attached here to and forming part of these minutes. Be and the same are hereby adopted and confirmed.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We're almost there, folks, but I do need one more motion because it is 1 o'clock. Motion to go past 1, moved by Councillor Davey, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. What's the record?
No, 2.
Okay, so third reading of the bylaws, Madam Clerk.
So through the chair, the same bylaws with the noted conflicts.
Okay, so we'll deal with all the bylaws that there is no conflict for. Moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Schneider. All those in favor, opposed, that carried. All the bylaws that there is a conflict for, moved by Councillor Deneau, seconded by Councillor Stretch. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Motion to adjourn, or who wants to go on for another couple hours? Motion to adjourn, Councillor Owaduni, Councillor Johnson. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much, everybody. No, it's kind of tradition.